call vote. Karen?
Yes.
All right, Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes. Okay. We are all here. I'll go over the agenda real quick. Unfortunately, you find people will be leaving the room very shortly. We are doing executive session first, or not, depends how the vote goes. And then we have public comment, select board liaison town manager reports, a hearing to discuss water rates, a hearing on a traffic amendment, another hearing on a traffic transportation task force, PTTF. And we have another agenda item to discuss RCTV compliance with this contract, Town of Reading. Vote to grant the gazebo, vote to grant gazebo circle and easement. Vote on annual budget requests from boards and committees. Discuss sunsetting recalc, Reading Center for Active Living Committee. Discuss formation of Reading Center for Active Living Committee, Building Committee, future agenda and minutes. So with that, I will have Chris read the motion for executive session.
Discussion, anything?
On my,
Oh, well, oh, sorry.
I just want an overview.
Yes, thank you. Move to go into executive session under purpose 1 to discuss and potentially respond to an open meeting law complaint filed by Daniel Dewar dated May 17, 2024 to invite Ivrea Freed, Emily Meehan from Town Council's office, Town Manager Matt Cornelis, Executive Assistant Caitlin Nucella, and Mark Delaney into executive session and return to open session to continue discussion on this topic and to continue on with the rest of the meeting.
Second.
Second. All right, any discussion?
Did I just hear you invite a private resident into our executive session?
Yes.
So, okay, so I would just ask,
How's that working? I've never seen that before. So is that allowed under which purpose?
Yeah,
so it is.
the open meeting law does not preclude the inclusion of private residents into executive sessions, provided that the board feels it's necessary to resolve the matter. It is atypical, and so I did consult with Carrie Benedin, who is the head of the Division of Open Government, and she confirmed that the open meeting law does not preclude the board from inviting a resident into executive session if they feel like it's necessary to deal with the matter at hand. I think the one caution potentially is that, you know, if the private resident wasn't there, the attorney-client privilege would apply, but with the resident there, the privilege won't apply because I don't represent that resident. So as soon as the board responds to the open meeting law complaint, the minutes of the executive session would likely have to be released. Whereas if the private resident wasn't there, we would potentially have the ability to withhold certain statements under the attorney-client privilege.
Thank you. I'm just looking for some background.
It's highly unusual. Is that what you just said? Atypical.
It is atypical.
Yeah. Can somebody, a member of the board, give me an idea as to, this is the first I've heard of this. It wasn't in the packet. I just don't understand.
We don't put motion packet, that's number one. Number two, this open meeting law is in reference to a letter that Jackie McCarthy wrote and that Mark Delaney was a part of and mentioned in the letter.
I
I was
was
asking about the motion. I understand that. Thank you for reiterating that we don't put them in the packet. So if we wanted to invite everybody who was involved in a letter to the editor, did we invite Jackie as well?
Did invite Jackie, yes.
Who's we?
Me, the chair.
Okay, so the chair, you decided.
That you wanted to invite a private resident into an executive, or you're proposing to put forward a motion that we invite and go into an executive session and invite a private resident to join us.
Correct. Regarding open meeting law violation. Yes.
I'm still not seeing why this is necessary. Carlo, I've served on the board with you since 2020, and we did have a number of complaints against the board since then, and we've never done anything like this. And I heard town council say it's atypical. I just don't understand what the thinking is.
The thinking is to address the open meeting law complaint, plain and simple.
That's not an answer.
So we can still have this conversation in public, though. I mean, why, if we're gonna invite a resident and we have to release the minutes, then why don't we just do it in public then?
We're gonna take a vote.
Yeah, okay, well, this is, so thank you for providing that little bit of information. I'm still have a big question mark on this, but yes, we can take a vote. So I would be leaning to the purpose of an executive session. My understanding is to have a private conversation under allowable purposes. And if we're going to invite members of the public, then all of the members of the public should be invited. So I'll vote to have an open session. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry, Carlo.
I'm not objecting. I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Oh, good.
Just a comment, I mean, it's a little strange. And I've never experienced this ever before, doing it this way. So,
We've never had a select board member resign either,
that,
under these circumstances.
not part of the discussion.
Okay. All right,
Not relevant to the discussion.
you're entitled to your opinion, it's fine.
There's an open meeting law complaint, that's what we're dealing with.
Correct.
Only.
Correct.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, have other open meeting law complaints involved a third party person with a select board member? I think for me, that's the difference. And that's why I would agree to have Mr. Delaney in the executive session if that's the route we go, or in public. But I don't think any that I'm aware of that I've looked at in the past 5 years, there has not been a third party involved in the open meeting law violation, so I think that for me is the difference.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I seem to remember that we had a resident who lives on Main Street who really wanted to be part of our private deliberations. And we steadfastly said no to this gentleman. Do you remember that?
I really don't. You have to be more specific. I really don't.
I don't remember his last name. Walt? Is that ringing any bells? We went into a number of executive sessions, and the resident, Walt, really wanted to come into those sessions with us, and we
Determined that no, that was not.
Coming to executive session?
I don't know if you wanted to or
Oh.
if we wanted
Oh.
to. I don't know the answer to that.
Are you referring to Mr. Tubble
Thank you, Tom.
from
Yes.
years ago? You're saying he wanted to come to executive session?
When we were trying to,
to mediate with him. I seem to remember that he very much wanting to be there and have it be recorded in I actually don't remember all the details, but that is definitely an example of an open meeting law complaint that we had involving a resident and select board members. And, you know, to Melissa's comment, I can think of that example.
Mr. Tubble,
Open meeting law complaints were not involving him. They were just open meeting law complaints against the board, not involving him directly. That's the difference. He wasn't part of the open meeting law complaint. He wasn't a third party to it. He was filing complaints against the board, but he wasn't a third party to it. So I think that's the difference.
so now, all right, so
Thank you for clarifying. So now we're discussing whether the board should now, as a policy, invite any third parties we'd like to. So we're not going to invite the person who filed the complaint, but we can randomly invite members of the public. If I had known that we were going to take this approach, you know, I'd want to think about it. Maybe there's some other third party members that we might members of the public that we might want to invite. But again, that gets me back to, then you're not in executive session, are you? So I don't understand the purpose of this.
Mr. Chair, may I make a statement?
Sure.
I just, as to what is in front of the board tonight, to the extent that you are going to invite someone into the executive session, this board needs to find either through its motion or through a separate motion that the individual would be helpful in resolving the complaint. And so it's not that this board has the ability to invite whoever third party they want into the executive session. That is not what Ms. Benedin relayed, is that there needs to be a nexus between the matter being discussed and the individual being invited. To your point, Karen, you are absolutely permitted to discuss this in open session, and that might be the policy decision that the board wants to make, given that it is a bit atypical to invite private residents into executive sessions. That's a policy decision, not a legal decision, but according to Ms. Benedin, the open meeting law would not preclude you from doing so, provided the resident is necessary to resolving the complaint.
Thank you.
And maybe,
Sorry, Chris, maybe I should have been more specific. I apologize. I did consult Ivrea on this matter. I didn't just do it on my own. I wanted to make sure we could do it. She vetted it, so I just didn't do this and say we're doing it. I vetted it, I consulted town council, and it's allowed. Chris?
Thanks, Carla. In reference to Karen's point she was making earlier, Mr. Tavel has never set foot in this room for the entire time that I've been here, ever, not once. And the second point that I would make is that the chair sets the agenda, the time, the place for the meeting, sets all these motions and works with Matt. If that is what Carlo decided, that's what Carlo decided. I've sat here through other chairs that I've disagreed with things that they have put on the agenda or motions they have written. And not once did I ever decide that it was in my purview to know better than the chair in that instance. So I'm fine with the way that you handled everything here, and you consulted Ivrea, and that's as good enough for me.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue that the chair sets the agenda. That's pretty clear. I'm a little concerned that this select board member was named specifically in this open meeting law complaint, and you are allowed to talk to another member of the select board. Why didn't you talk to me about this?
about what?
About this atypical decision to randomly invite a member of the public into our executive session and put it in a motion. I mean, I know we haven't voted yet.
I didn't think I needed to.
if the roles were reversed, would you
You have wanted me to reach out to you?
I can't hypothesize. Every situation is different.
Okay. So, well, all right. So I'm just gonna let the rest of the board know that, and you can clearly tell I'm pretty surprised by this. And I am named in this complaint, so. Sorry, is there somebody speaking?
Always.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I find this highly atypical. I find this very unusual. But my point is just, if you're gonna start inviting members of the public, then just do it in public. I don't understand this. We've never ever invited a member of the public to weigh in a complaint, and not even the author of the complaint. So I'm not sure atypical is a strong enough word, but okay. I'm done.
Any other discussion? Oh, good.
Just a quick comment. I do think that we five as a board should find ways to work together more than apart. And this feels like an apart to me.
If I could, Carl.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree 100% with Mark that we do have to find ways to work together, et cetera. But this is dealing with an open meeting law complaint where people allegedly, whatever scenario, violate open meeting law complaint. So I would be hesitant to speak to anybody about what scenario, however we could have done this differently. Because it's an open meeting law complaint specifically about a scenario that transpired that broke open meeting law, allegedly. So like, you're in the quasi, we can work together, I understand, realm, but this is, I wouldn't speak to a single solitary person on this if it was me. If it was me. And I didn't.
In response, I would have.
Any other discussion? All right, ready for a vote? I will do a roll call vote, and this is a vote, I guess, if we're to go into executive session or how we, you already read the motion, so the vote would be to go into executive session, correct?
Correct, and the vote encompasses inviting those individuals, so there's a finding by this body that those individuals listed are necessary for the resolution of this complaint. So if you don't believe that to be the case, you can vote no. Alternatively, if this board wants to take two separate votes, you could do that. You could vote first on whether you want to invite the individual in, and then second to go into executive session. It's really a policy decision for the board.
Yeah, we'll keep it the way it is, the way it was written. All right, so ready for the vote? Let's go roll call vote. Karen?
I'm gonna abstain from this vote.
Okay. Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
No.
All right, Carlo is yes. So, sorry guys, we have to clear the room to go into executive session.
So much for training.
We good. All right, guys, we're back in open session, and sorry for the delay. Took a lot longer than we expected. So in accordance with the executive session, we consulted with the town council, and we're gonna be issuing a response, and we're not gonna be discussing anything now in open session. So going on to the rest of the agenda, we're gonna be moving a few things around because our water and sewer rate consultant had another hearing scheduled for tonight. So we are gonna get to it, but we're just gonna go a little bit out of order. So we're gonna, I already did the overview of the meeting at the beginning of the meeting. So now hopefully anyone who wants to speak is allowed, hopefully signed in. You don't have to, but now we're gonna do public comment. Anyone wanna speak public comment? John?
Thank you. John Lippett, Mineral Street, Precinct 7. I was hoping not to have to say this. I was hoping not to be here. This has to do with the open meeting law violation. These have been questions that have been on my mind since February 6th when we learned about this. And I was willing and hoping that this was a honest mistake, and that I was willing to give everyone the benefit of the doubt and assume that everyone had good intentions. But Mr. Haley and Mr. Bocci, you've made this totally politicized. You were the one who are playing politics with this. You used it to viciously attack Mr. Doxer, and now tonight, Ms. Herrick. I don't know if you meant it this way, but intentionally or not, you've deflected attention from the person who actually created the open meeting law violation, which was Mr. Bocci when he called Ms. Herrick. He needs to be transparent about his role in this, and so I have 4 questions that I say have been on my mind since February 6th that I hope Mr. Bocci will answer in the near future. First, when you called Ms. McCarthy to discuss the selection of the town manager, what were the first words out of your mouth? Did you ask her if she'd communicated with any other select board member about the town manager selection? This question is important because that's what he should have done, and that's what should always happen when any select board member contacts another one about a matter before the board, if you're wanting to avoid an open meeting law violation. If he'd done that and she'd said yes, presumably, then they would have said, sorry, can't talk about it, and they would have hung up, and this wouldn't have happened. And Bocci should have realized that it was likely that McCarthy and Mr. Doxer had discussed this because of their roles in the selection process. 2, did you discuss the town manager selection with select board member Haley, or did you have any indirect discussion with a third party about how Mr. Haley was going to vote or felt about the town manager candidates? This question is important because either of these actions, before or after Mr. Bocci's call to McCarthy, would have created an open meeting violation. Seems likely that they might have communicated because they are politically aligned and coordinate on many other issues. It also seems likely because at the select board meeting on February 6th, they both stated their support for the same candidate using the same rationale. They said it was important for the candidate they were supporting for the town's stability. That was not a criterion that was listed in the selection process. It was not a criterion, to my knowledge, that had come up before. So it seems highly unlikely that completely independently, both Mr. Bocci and Mr. Haley had decided to support the same candidate with the same rationale. 3, given the above, why did you call Ms. McCarthy? And why didn't you take steps to avoid an open meeting violation? I assume, given your years of service on the board, Mr. Bocci, you know the open meeting law and you want to avoid violating it. Was it your intent to create an open meeting law violation? Was it your intent to do so to put Ms. McCarthy in an uncomfortable position where she might feel pressured to support the town manager candidate you were supporting? Final question, number 4. At the February 6th select board meeting, Ms. McCarthy disclosed the open meeting violation and recused herself. Why didn't you acknowledge that you had created the open meeting violation and recuse yourself? Answers to these questions are necessary for Mr. Bocci's and the select board's transparency and accountable about what happened with this open meeting law violation. They may also cast some light on Ms. McCarthy's resignation from the board and the subsequent events that have roiled the select board and the town hall. I hope to hear answers, Mr. Bocci, in the near future. Thank you very much.
Anyone else like to speak?
Yes.
Select. And I should have stated earlier, I don't like cutting anybody off, none of us do, but please try to keep it to a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll go really fast.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Zeke and I live at 8 Sanborn Street. I'm here to comment again on the billing system for water and sewer that the Select Board adopted a year ago. I'm going to make 2 points. First, the current system is inequitable. Second, the select board has failed to correct that inequity. First point, the water and sewer billing rate system is inequitable. Residents who live in multifamily buildings, that's about 20% of Reading's population, do not pay water rates based on their individual usage. Instead, they pay water rates based on their building's total usage. You can see the impact of that inequity on page 25 of tonight's packet. Currently, residents in multifamily buildings pay for almost 90% of their water at the highest rate. If they paid as individual users, they would pay for almost 90% of their water at the lowest rate and 0% at the highest rate. Let me repeat that. If residents of multifamily buildings paid as individual users, they would pay for almost 90% of their water at the lowest rate and 0% at the highest rate. That's a clear inequity, and it's currently imposed on almost 20% of Reading's residents. And the inequity will only grow as the rates increase each year. The current system is inequitable. Second point, the select board has failed to correct that inequity. In June 2023, a year ago, the select board approved the current system and generally agreed that it needed to be fixed. That didn't happen. In November 2023, town meeting passed an instructional motion directing the select board to propose a fix and report in April 2024. 3 select board members agreed again to fix the system. That didn't happen. In May 2024, residents reminded the select board about the inequity and called on them to fix it. That didn't happen. For the past year, the select board has taken no action on a problem that we all understand. It's a problem we can fix. Tonight's agenda calls for a vote on water and sewer rates. Before any vote, the select board needs to approve a fix and implement it for the 2025 billing year. Thank you.
Anyone else? So Angela's here.
Angela Bindo, Orchard Park Drive. The town is still waiting for Select Board member Christopher Haley to find the moral courage to properly apologize to fellow Select Board member Mark Doxer for attacking him with false allegations of blackmail. An apology is long overdue. At the last Select Board meeting, a resident called on him to apologize, and Mr. Haley doubled down, stating that he stands by each and everything he said regarding the matter. However, on February 17th, several hours after the Select Board meeting, Mr. Haley texted Ms. McCarthy to apologize to her for having said what he said. "Hi, Jackie. I want to apologize," Mr. Haley wrote. "I could have chosen better words or not allowed their clapping to cloud my judgment." In fact, when I spoke to Ms. McCarthy regarding these comments, Ms. McCarthy called Mr. Haley imprecise, and she told me that she never said some of the things that Mr. Haley attributed to her. I called Ms. McCarthy in April to let her know that I was writing a letter to the editor stating that I was against the Select Board investigation. I wanted to give her a heads up. She stated that she welcomed an investigation and would almost certainly participate. That long conversation convinced me that Mark Doxer had done nothing wrong, and I was convinced that an investigation would prove that. I'm left wondering why Ms. McCarthy's, what her motives are for not participating in that investigation. Mr. Haley acted rashly and inappropriately, and his false allegations and his stated false allegations, and he owes Mr. Doxer a sincere and public apology.
I saw another hand. Mr. Sasso?
Yeah, as John says.
Yes.
Thank you. John Sasso, Richards Road. So open discussion of ideas is the hallmark of our democracy. We're fortunate to have numerous outlets where this can occur. One media often that I use are letters to the editor, as many others people here do as well. And as a writer, I can report that my letters are normally posted without any material changes, although sometimes they might remove embedded links for security or other purposes. So recently, I was made aware that a letter I posted last month in advance of the special election had its time of posting altered. I submitted the letter at 9:50 a.m. and later that morning did receive confirmation that the letter was posted to both Reading Recap and the Reading Post. Subsequently, it appears that the time of posting on the Reading Post was altered to be earlier than the time I had submitted the letter. While it may be that this was done inadvertently, I am aware that my letter was not the only one subject to such a change. As an organization that appears to have, and further, only letters written supporting certain candidates were affected. As an organization that appears to have close ties to RCTV and may in fact be publicly funded via PEG fees, I'd like to ask the Select Board to determine what happened. Requests for explanation from the Reading Post have gone unanswered. Your attention to this matter would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Anyone in the room? Caitlin, is anyone on Zoom, public comment? Matt, do you see anybody?
I don't see anybody. Caitlin, are you there or?
She might have stepped away. Can you see the screen on your computer or no?
I have to join the Zoom.
Is it on the control pad next to you? Or no?
No.
All right, if someone's there, we will get to you.
I'll see what's going on.
But, so we.
Sorry, Carlo, no one's online.
All right, thank you, sorry, thank you. All right, so we're gonna go a little bit out of order. Water and sewer rates was next up, but our consultant was doing 2 meetings tonight, and because we ran late.
Skip liaison.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yep, I'm reading the bold print there. Select Board Liaison and Town Manager Report, so Karen, I'll start with you, please.
I'll be brief. First up, I attended the Pride celebration on Saturday, and I'm proud to say my business is one of the 60 sponsors of this event. I was happy to see our DEI director, Albert Fuss, there. Also, Senator Jason Lewis joined us, and it was good to see so many other business owners and residents on a beautiful day with a really wonderful parade. So kudos. It's always fun. Okay, the Killam leadership team met to continue planning sustainability working group sessions. We have another one coming up. Additional summer community meetings, as well as the full school building committee meetings. We will be expecting answers back from the MSBA on our recent submission, and we will be expecting to get into much greater detail on HVAC options in the next couple of months. Let's see. The VASC met on yesterday, for about 2 hours. Some of you have been waiting since August, so it's good to catch up. And I'm happy to say that, our recruiting efforts are paying off, and I feel that we're in pretty good shape to make sure that we have quorums and qualified people for all of the boards that need them. I will say that there's still time if somebody has any interest in the Conservation Commission, even as an associate member, and there's plenty of room on the Cultural Council, and so I would encourage people to go ahead and still submit their applications if they have any interest. I did attend the Board of Health meeting and listen to those presentations. I did attend the Financial Forum, which I thought was very productive, and I appreciated that we heard from so many active and engaged volunteers. And I wasn't there, I don't believe, the entire forum, because I also attended the RMLD meeting that week. So that's it. Thank you.
Chris? Thanks, Carlo. This would be the last time that I'm doing this ever again. February 27th, the Daily Times Chronicle article came out. Bob wrote it. He doesn't write the headlines. They accused Mark Doxer of blackmail. In that meeting, I never accused Mark Doxer of blackmail, nor am I ever accusing him of blackmailing anyone now either.
Yeah.
It's because it just keeps getting brought up.
It's not a liaison report. It's not a liaison.
I understand. I just wanted to be crystal clear because everyone seems to be thinking that I did that to Mark, and I did not. So hopefully this is the end of it.
Order, Chair.
We're moving on.
Moving on. I also attended the Pride celebration as Karen did. And then Melissa and I attended the post-1907 ribbon cutting earlier today. It's good to see a business being that successful so early downtown. My wife tried getting me in there for my birthday, and they only had one opening towards the end of the month. So I'm very happy that they're seeing success. I think we have to handle some parking scenarios that they want over there with valet or something, but we can get that to future agendas. That's it.
Melissa?
I'm still trying to figure out all these liaison boards I need to meet with, but I was at the Board of Health hearing last week. They had a lot of residents and non-residents that spoke for and against the new initiative or law that's up. I am the liaison for the Affordable Housing Trust, and like Karen mentioned, we've done our VASC interviews this week, and I'm happy to say it looks like that committee is gonna be full, so we'll be able to get that started. Talked to Matt about it today too, so hopefully late summer, early fall, we'll get that, our first meeting scheduled.
Yep.
I think that's it. Again, I did attend the post ribbon cutting today, and I agree with Chris, and I'm really happy that that business is gonna do well and Reading. I think it's a great spot.
Mark?
Thanks, Carlo. So main activity has been Recalc has been meeting quite regularly to put together hopefully kind of the summary of all the work that it's done. Folks got a preview of that at the financial forum. However, it will be different when we come to the select board. The big item, I'm gonna lean on Matt for this, is that we wanted the permanent building committee to accept the project for the Center for Active Living, and as of last night, they have accepted it.
They did, yes.
So that's a
Yep.
positive step forward.
Yeah, it's
And then I'm gonna ask you in your town manager report to say if there's anything else, because I was unable to attend last
Okay.
night. But
That was pretty much it, but we could talk about it on the agenda item.
yeah, so I think I'll save everything else for the agenda item that
Okay.
relates to that.
Yep.
And that's it.
Thank you. Yes, I was unable to attend the Pride Parade, but June is Pride Month. It's not just one day, obviously, it's the whole month. And I did also attend the Board of Health hearing. I think they're having a meeting and voting on that age, I forget the exact name of the law where you can't buy cigarettes after you're born a certain date. A lot of comments on both ends of that. Financial forum was very good, very robust. We covered three major topics, Killam, Center for Active Living, and CPA. And we had a lot of questions from the audience, a lot of questions from the boards that were there, and we're gonna have another one probably in the fall. And that's really it. Matt?
Yeah, so I was able to attend all of the Memorial Day celebrations at all the cemeteries. And I want to thank everybody. That was a great job by all the volunteers, all the staff that worked on that in the parade. Very successful event, a little bit of rain, but not too bad, so. I also attended the post 1917 ribbon cutting today. Great to see a business thriving in the downtown, and the owner actually mentioned how helpful town staff was to having him open, and he said he really had a great experience dealing with the town, so that's always great to hear for us. The ribbon cutting for the town forest lot is set for 1 p.m. on the 13th next week. So all are invited for that. The lot has been redone. It looks beautiful if you haven't seen it yet. So please try to come out for that. Friends and Family Day is this Saturday, June 8th, from 10:30 to 3 p.m. at Birch Meadow. Always a great event. We're hoping for good weather for that as well. Olivia Knightley, our new town planner, started this week. So that's some much needed help in the planning department. She's very excited and we're very excited. And also we have our new assistant town manager, Jane Wellman, in the audience tonight. I just wanted to formally introduce her. We're excited to have her in her new role. She's been with Reading 8 years. I don't think she's a stranger to anybody. She just graduated with her MPA degree from UNH. She's also a graduate of Tufts, and she's very active in Tewksbury as well, where she's on the select board, former moderator and former school committee member. And she's been of great assistance to the town for 8 years, and we're very excited to have her, so.
Are we?
And with that, that'll conclude my report for tonight.
All right, I have one update. If anyone didn't hear this, Bill Brown broke his leg. He's in a facility rehabbing. He fell at Memorial Day, not at the ceremony, because he wasn't there in the beginning at least. He went to the new flagpole unveiling at Memorial Park. He fell there. I hope he's okay with me sharing this, because he deserves some attention. And then he fell again at home and broke his leg. So the leg got addressed. He's in Wilmington. If you want more information, reach out to me. Some of us already sent him flowers. It's gonna be laid up for a while, so we're not gonna see him around for a while. He usually attends the meetings, been battling vertigo for a while. And I was sorry to hear that happened last week. So I just wanted to mention that, not really liaison report, but as we all know, Bill Brown has been coming to these meetings for many, many years, and we haven't seen him recently or at some town meeting nights. So I just wanted to mention that, and the Memorial Day ceremony was great as well. All right, so now, I apologize for making that mistake earlier. So we're gonna come back to the hearing on water and sewer rates.
If we could, yes.
If we could, are we all okay with that? Okay, so now we're gonna go to a hearing on discuss and vote on traffic amendment 2024-3, amend Article 12, traffic rules and regulations, and Chris has a notice to read.
To the inhabitants of Town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a series of public hearings on June 4th, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and remotely via Zoom, to first approve Amendment 2024-3 to the Traffic and Parking Regulations, amend Article 12, Traffic Rules and Regulations, Public Ways Article 5.9.1, no overnight parking of heavy vehicles or commercial vehicles. And number 2, no. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, we don't have to get to the water
Oh,
rates yet.
yeah.
All right, so it's.
We did it all in
All
one
right, yeah,
notice.
okay.
So,
Yep, that's it.
Good evening. So this came in through PTTF. It was a few complaints that came in regarding heavy vehicles parked on the roads overnight, both noise and safety reasons. We discussed it and looked into several other towns. The other towns we looked at, they have no commercial vehicle at all parking overnight. So what we looked at, we had is class 3 and above. So if you think of, probably not familiar with what a class 3 vehicle is, but think of like maybe like an Amazon delivery truck or a UPS truck in greater than that for size wise, or maybe like a small like pickup dump truck. So anything greater than that that's a commercial vehicle cannot be parked between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. On public ways. Lots of residents have commercial vehicles themselves. If they have like they could have a normal vehicle that can still be a commercial plate. So those, we didn't want to affect residents that have smaller vehicles parked in front of their own house. This is mostly for large trucks being parked on the roadways overnight. So the town does have the all-night parking, but the chief only has us enforce that during the winter months, because the idea behind that is for snow removal. So while that's in place, it can be enforced year-round. It's only enforced during the winter. So this would give us teeth to address the large trucks that are being left on public ways at night.
Okay, so we're going with the gross vehicle weight of over 10,000 pounds.
Yes.
Or higher.
Yes. So that's the definition of class 3.
Right, class 3, okay, yep. So if it's a plumber's van, if it's a plumber's van that's lettered.
Yep, that's not affected.
Okay.
Yep.
Or any contractor, I
Correct.
pick plumber because I see a lot of those around, okay.
Thanks, Carl. So just a question, it notes at the very end, improvements to infrastructure or residential work with the approval.
Yeah, so this is if there's municipal work being done, like road work being done overnight in like an emergency situation, RMLD fixing poles, having to leave trucks in an area while they're working, that stuff will be excluded. Or if there's emergency work at the residence, they just have to get permission through the police department.
National Grid, RMLD,
Correct, right.
Eversource, whatever, yeah.
So just for emergency, for example, if there's a contractor in a bigger truck and a class 3 vehicle doing work at a residence, non-emergency project, is that something that can get
I
allowed,
guess it
or is
would be
no? Or is it-
case by case basis again, but for most part during the winter months when there's no snow, people call up and they get the green light to park their vehicle. I see this be something similar, not to be a repeated pattern of just always calling. I'm going to leave my dump truck parked on the street for the entire week. So
Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. So is there anything above class 3? I assume there is, class 4.
I believe it's through 8. So that's
18-wheeler?
yeah.
Because I know that my vehicle is 7,501 pounds, which is close, in my opinion, to the 10,000 mark, but still under. So I'm just worried that some other equivalents are getting caught in this. What is the rationale to not just doing class 4 and above? What's the weight on that?
I'm not sure. We thought 10,000 pounds with the class 3 would be the most reasonable.
So it's mainly, there seems to be an issue with specific vehicles, and this is somewhat targeting to correct the issue. To Carlos' point, you're not going to be doing a plumber's vehicle, even if it was class 3. Like, I could see class 3 being an issue at 10,000 pounds. Like, just based off my own vehicle. You know what I mean? Like, my F-150 is 7,501. So it's not that much of a stretch going up to the 10,000 mark. So I'm not sure about these other commercial vehicles. But I can understand a dump truck. We don't want that.
Right. So looking at other towns, they have no commercial vehicles at all. So we were trying to find a happy medium with what most people would have that would be reasonable, both for nighttime site-wise on the roads. You're having a large truck parked at night.
Never mind towns, there's some states that don't allow any commercial vehicles on public ways.
So I assume there's going to be like a warning or something first, right? Just let them know, hey, this stuff got changed. Like, you can't do this anymore.
I'm sure I'm sure something will be put in place.
As long as it's someone's account.
Yeah, it's not like if it gets approved tonight, we're going to go outside.
Yes.
Ticketing everybody.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
Karen, any questions? Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
Yes. Well, first, we have to move to close the hearing
sorry, yes.
regarding traffic amendment 2024-3.
Somebody just check if there are any comments, public comments.
No.
Oh, okay. Anyone have any comment on this traffic amendment, please? Keelan, anyone on Zoom?
No, Carla.
All right.
Actually, can I just say one?
Yeah, sure.
Chris's thing, so I just Googled it just because I was curious. So like a Ford F-350 is 10,000 pounds. So I just, like if an individual has a Ford F-350, which I don't think is really out of the realm of reasonable, like that would be, you would probably let that be because that technically is a class 3.
Right, unless it's in like a problem area or we probably try to address it with the owner first.
The owner, yeah, because
But
it's
vehicle-
kind of, because then it goes to like a van that's also like where I see like an Amazon van.
Right.
But those pickup trucks technically are in that class 3. And so I understand the bigger vehicles are probably, and I understand why you also said class 3, because you can see here it can be small.
Right, that's where the most significant jump is in
Yeah.
that class.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
that was my only question.
All
Sorry.
right.
Yeah, move to close the hearing regarding traffic amendments 2024-3.
Second.
Any discussion? No, let's take a vote, roll call vote. Karen?
Yes.
Sorry, you actually need a motion to approve it, right? That was the motion to close the hearing?
Yes, we're moving to close the hearing.
Sorry. All right, yep.
All right, got a yes from Karen. Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes, okay. And now,
Move to approve amendment 2024-3 to the traffic and parking regulations as presented.
Second.
Second, all right, thanks. Any discussion? Seeing none, Karen?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes, 5-0.
Sign it.
Yeah. Oh, there's more than one?
No, no,
No,
it's
it's
just,
the clerk on the back.
you can be doing the update?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda, we were going out of order, but right now we're sticking to the order that's without the water and sewer rates, is a PTTF update.
Yep, so I think every time I'm up here, I say that word, just to give a little background of what PTTF is. Parking Traffic Transportation Task Force. We are a staff advisory group to the town manager. The group is made up of staff from the police, fire, DPW, engineering, operations, and planning. We have monthly meetings so we have scheduled communication between all the different departments for upcoming and current road projects in the town, complaints that come in, and any other agenda items that we choose to discuss. This can be plans regarding construction and the effects on traffic, road and parking concerns, and resident complaints, which a lot of them come in through See-Click-Fix or through the traffic and safety officer, or just regular calls for service to the police station or to staff at the town hall. Most of the issues can be addressed just with either traffic enforcement, parking enforcement, using the traffic and speed trailers that we have at the police department, or maybe just added signage in an area. When we discover an issue or a safety concern that cannot be corrected with those, and they need to be changed in the traffic rules and regulations, that's when we propose an amendment to the town manager, who will present it to the select board for approval or disapproval. The PTTF also discuss and plan logistics for long-term projects that require work from multiple departments, such as the downtown parking kiosk install, road and utility work, and the annual road resurfacing projects. So for the road resurfacing, every year engineering and DPW have a list based on the needs of the roads that need to be repaired. Usually they try and get a few of the more busier major roads, and then other ones in smaller neighborhoods based on how poor the road conditions are. As you can probably tell by some of the markings in town, the major roads this year are going to be Woburn Street and Charles Street. And we're also monitoring several other areas in town right now. One of the areas is Arcadia. That came in through, I think, some members of the select board, school committee, parents at Barrows, and Austin Prep. A lot of students from Austin Prep are using that area as overflow parking, because that's actually the closest neighborhood where they can legally park on street. So we're just trying to find a resolution so that they're not parking on both sides, which affects the drop-off and pickup parking. We met with Austin Prep today just to see what their plans are. So we can try and come up with a resolution where we're not putting up parking regulations in front of people's houses where they don't want it, but they also don't want students there. So we're trying to find what works best for everybody. Grove Street, we're looking at with the new parking lot. There is a new guardrail set up for the trail going from the lot to the entrance. So there's temporary no parking signs right now, with the land protected by the guardrail now, there's less space for parking, so we're trying to see how the parking situation is now that the lot is open. Last year, we had put no parking on one side of is that Family Circle, so that there was enough room for land traffic because people parked on both sides during busy days at the town forest. Parking kiosks, they have been installed, but there was an issue with the software, so their go live has been pushed back for now. I think the target date is now the 17th. The issue was with the first hour being free, was not programmed in. So if we went live with them now, people would be paying for the first hour. So they went back to the engineers. They had to reprogram those, which I guess takes longer than you would expect. Chapin Ave, we're just monitoring that because that was a one-way during the construction of the Chronicle. Once that finished and the barriers were removed from Main Street, the road went back to two ways, but we're just checking, keeping an eye on that area to see if there's any issues that we would put it back to one way, but that seems to be working. And
Little Treasures?
Pardon?
Little Treasures?
Little Treasures, that went back to PTTF, and the recommendation that went to the board last time is still the same, to keep that as a to propose the 5 minute 5 or 10, I think it was 5 minute drop off parking, just based off safety of Haverhill Street. Haverhill Street was just addressed with the study for the Killam School, and that showed that Haverhill Street was a problem area. So we've been targeting Haverhill Street for speed enforcement, and it's every enforcement down there, police are able to stop 2 or 3 cars every half an hour.
Yeah.
That's just how Haverhill Street is. Yeah. So there's lots that go into PTTF because we have to follow the MUTCD. That's the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. It's a 1,100-page document in case you're bored one night. So when things are beyond our area, engineering might put it up for a traffic study. They just did that with Lowell at Cape Cod because we had some crashes there in the past. We weren't sure how we could address it, so we were thinking of making some of the streets around there off of Lowell Street one way. But the traffic study just came back and said, don't do that, because then you're just creating traffic. You're just pushing it to somewhere else. So that's basically what I have for an update, in case if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
You guys meet monthly, every 2 weeks? How often?
Every month.
Every month. No, I don't have any questions. That was a good update.
One quick question. So maybe a couple of months ago, we had a number of residents start sharing with our board concerns on safety issues on certain roads. I don't know if they came to us, they made their way to you, but what's the best path when someone has an intersection of particular concern or crossing? I think crossing was what.
We get a lot of them, they'll call the safety officer, also scouting. Other people, it'll come through See-Click Fix. I think if you have reported, it either comes to me directly or through Matt. So anything that comes up, we make sure it gets on the agenda.
Okay, so any of those, you can use See-Click Fix, you can contact the police department safety officer.
Yep.
They're sending us letters.
Yep, call the business line for the police department, and be forwarded to one of us.
Any other questions, Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. So you mentioned Arcadia Ave. We ironically each got one of these before the meeting that there's like 50, 60 residents signed that they're having issues over there. So it's definitely being looked at though.
Yeah, yes. Yep, we just met today with Austin Prep. So they're reporting no changes to their enrollment. They haven't increased enrollment the past 6 or 7 years. I don't know if it's just times where more kids have their own vehicles, but they've added parking in the last few years. Their plan wasn't to add more for another couple of years. So it looks like we're gonna have to try and find some place to put these additional cars. One of the options is putting no parking along one of the sides of Arcadia, but that might be last resort because that doesn't just mean that the students can't park there, that means everybody can't park there. So it's not, it's all or none. Because it is a public way, and they found that that's the closest place to the school to park, so that's where they've gone.
And looking at the map, Arcadia is not even close. Like, they are making a hike down to where this is.
Right, because we had issues before where they would park on Willow right at Summer, and those were even worse. So they quickly learned where the next one was. They used to park in the neighborhoods behind and cut through people's yards. But I think as soon as they did that once or twice, that was shut down quickly.
And then the other one I have is, so Memorial Park, I think town meeting or something approved the crosswalk or some scenario. Maybe Matt knows this. The crosswalk getting changed in front of Memorial Park where the rock just got moved. Are you aware of anything with that, or?
I know they're doing a traffic study now. It's actually Ryan who has the best information on that, the town engineer. And he's hired an outside firm to do a traffic study for that area to see the best, to keep it the safest as it could be on that street, so.
So after that, it will go to them and then potentially to us?
Yes.
Okay.
So that area is pretty complex because there's already parking spaces there, so we don't want to have just put a crosswalk there where people could be hidden behind a parked vehicle and then walk out. So that's probably looking at changing the curbing, maybe one of the RFB, the flashing pedestrian beacons. But the other main thing is that you don't want to put a crosswalk mid-block, like where there's no street. I know it's leading to a park, so it seems like it's the most convenient place, but it's not the safest place at all. So that's why it has gone out to a engineering study.
And they may or may not suggest moving it.
Correct. They may say that that's not a safe place. They may say put it further down at Harrison, or even leave it up at Main and Salem. I know that's not convenient, but there's already one at Pearl Street. Again, that's at a bend in the road on Salem.
Do you think it ends up in an option where they suggest not moving it at all?
I can't speak to that.
Do you think that it should be moved, though,
In my opinion, I don't think we should have one right there at the park. It's mid-block on a state road. I mean, Salem Street, it goes from, I think, 40 to 35 to 30 to 20, all pretty quick. So cars do move fast on that road. So it would take some pretty significant changes to put a safe crosswalk in there. I forget the term, but where you'd probably have to eliminate a lot of those parking spaces to bump it out to make the sideline safer for the pedestrians who are on the sidewalk at the crosswalk, wherever they could find one.
Thanks.
Karen, any questions, comments?
Yeah, quick one. Thank you for the update. That's quite a list. Thank you all. I wanted to highlight the Killam traffic study also.
Focused on Charles Street. So will that be an upcoming agenda item for PTTF?
Yes, so we've looked at that. We've also looked at Charles. Specifically Charles and Wakefield.
Right.
So that, I think one of the recommendations that they made from their traffic study was a four-way stop at Charles and Wakefield. So that's something that we would look at as well.
Okay, because I understand that the timing is really good because Charles Street is going to be paved this year. At least that's what we heard at the community meeting for the Killam School. So yeah, it'd be great. So thank you. I would assume you guys would be looking at, all of the suggestions and taking advantage of repaving to go ahead and bring some relief to the kids over there. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Melissa?
Just a really quick question. A resident had mentioned the Acadia Street issue to me. And one thing that they had said with the people or kids parking on both sides of the street, not only was it an issue for drop off, but is there any issue with emergency vehicles getting down there if they needed to? I don't know how narrow that is.
No.
Okay.
The simple answer is no.
Okay.
They've tried that, they brought the trucks down,
Okay.
they can get through, and Assistant Chief Nelson said, in emergency, we have sirens and red lights. If we need to get through, people move out of the way.
Yeah,
When they have to bail into a driveway or something like that.
Yeah. Okay,
So residents down there, don't have to worry about
okay,
anything like
emergency
that.
vehicles can
Right,
get
yeah,
through.
we'll get through.
Just wanted to double check.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. Nat?
Yeah, he's not, he needs a few more minutes, he's heading home from that meeting, that
Oh.
meeting's concluded.
I'm
So we
kinda
might-
glad, so yeah, that's
do-
good.
Do one more agenda item and then I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, cause there's some fine folks that have been here for a while.
Yeah, sure.
So next on the agenda is discuss Reading Community Television, RCTV compliance with this contract. The town of Reading and its use of public educational governmental access funds. Discussion of relationship between RCTV and the Reading Post. Discussion of potential RCTV annual review and budget audit. So the reason this is on the agenda is that over the past couple elections, the regular election and the special election, I guess I was made aware that, and this is beyond my pay grade, that some LTEs, letter to other, were submitted to the Reading Post. And as Mr. Sasso mentioned earlier, here's when it's going up, and then behind the scenes, they change the timestamp so the order it goes up. And that's happened several times. So again, while we can't control RCTV's content or the Reading Post's content, me personally, me alone, is just looking for some accountability. So I reached out to Phil. I said, hey, Phil, this is what I've heard. I wouldn't even know where to begin to figure this out. And he denied it and said it didn't happen. I'm like, okay. Chris Haley owns an IT business. He's well versed in back end and front end. Is it okay if he reaches out to you? Phil said yes. So I shared phone numbers. I'll let Chris speak on it, but basically Chris reached out to Phil to get an answer one way or the other. Phil did not respond. Chris sent an email and Phil responded, I'm paraphrasing, the matter is closed. We're not addressing this issue. So again, while RCTV is an independent body and they have their own board, I know a few members are here. We just wanna know, well, I just wanna know, me personally, was this done? Was it done on purpose? Was it done by accident? Who did it? No one has to respond to this, right? But I think for transparency purposes and accountability purposes, Phil wasn't willing to respond to this, or his response was no response. We're not gonna address this issue. So that's why it was on the agenda. And I have never looked into the RCTV contract myself. I think everything's going fine there. The Post, we know, is part of RCTV, right? As a website and receiving and posting letters to the editor, especially during election season. So I guess, so that's why it's on the agenda. And I'll let any of the board members comment. If anybody wants to comment. All right.
Thanks, Carl. So I guess a couple of questions first. It says compliance with contract. Is there a specific topic in the contract, a specific area in the contract where this comes up? I'm trying to understand how that's related here at all.
Yeah, not a specific topic, specific item in the contract, but as you can see in the full agenda item, it references the relationship between RCTV and the Post. So we've kind of made it an overarching right, there's not, me personally, speaking for myself, I don't have an issue with any language in the contract. I'm just trying to understand the Post in conjunction with RCTV and how that's staffed and kind of who's in charge of posting the letters to the editor. Was there manipulation of timestamps to put other letters to the editor above other letters?
I hear that. I don't understand why it was related to the contract. It feels like it's a separate item.
It's there so we can discuss it if we want to, I guess, if we want to.
Okay, so just to be broad,
Yeah, to be broad.
it's not alleging an
No,
issue with the contract,
no,
it's not part of the
No,
contract
it's just broad,
negotiation.
so in case we reference the
Different
contract,
question.
it covers us. It's broad, thank you.
And just kind of in terms of where it came from, how it came forward, you brought to your attention, some people have alleged this.
Yeah,
Okay.
people smarter than me with computers figured out, and I guess it's not that hard, to figure out that submission times versus post times were manipulated in some shape or form.
And I heard someone say only for certain letters.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
and
yes.
not others.
I don't have full knowledge, but what was brought to me was certain letters to the editor where the timestamps were changed and that changes the posting.
I look forward to hearing from the folks on the board in terms of what's going on, but I think it's very problematic to kind of create an agenda item that says compliance with the contract and then have these other questions. I think they really probably could have been better as, you know, questions to address, ability to discuss other aspects.
I consulted with Iria and she felt that this would be okay to put in there to give it a broad look. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, because I didn't know where to look, because I read the contract.
Right.
And then these other things didn't fit, so.
Correct.
Okay, so I understand a little better.
and-
So I hope we have a chance to hear from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
board
I-
members here and things, it'd be great to hear
Yeah.
from them.
Yeah, thank you. Any, Melissa?
I would like to understand better what the relationship between RCTV and the Reading Post is. So we have a town contract with RCTV. And
It's-
does RCTV oversee the Reading Post? Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't know.
Okay, got it.
I think so, but I'm not gonna answer that.
Got it.
Chris, any comments?
Thank you, Carlo. Yes, Carlo ended up reaching out to me, like you mentioned, and gave me Phil's number. I texted Phil, just saying, hey, what time looks good for you in the future for us to meet and just go over this. I could read it verbatim, but it was kind of paraphrasing. I reached out to him, I didn't hear anything. I sent a second text reminder, hey, just trying to get this on the books, etc. Nothing. Third reminder, same scenario, no response. So that is when I sent an email, like Carla mentioned, I included Matt on it and just said, hey, when are we able to discuss this? For me, Matt and him to discuss it, because that's what was referenced to Carlo to me. And then, I was bringing it forward because yes, it's above Carlo's pay grade and possibly everyone else's for that matter. So I reached out to him and essentially it comes back with we looked into the matter and we consider the matter closed. So I asked, does the board consider the matter closed? What process was actually used to consider the matter closed? Because for me personally, like John Sasso had mentioned, my LTE was sent at 11:25 a.m. It was acknowledged at 2:17 that day, that it was posted, and the way that it resides on the Reading Post right now is at 7 a.m. that morning, which is obviously a couple hours before I even sent it. But no, sorry, I want to be correct. It's published at 11 a.m., which is 25 minutes before I even sent it, thus moving it down on the page for that day. It's not a violation of the contract. They're an independent contractor. They can do whatever they want. That's crystal clear, and I don't see it being a contractual issue. My daughter has gone to RCTV camp the last 2 years over there. Angela's incredible. Rob in the back room over here has been outstanding. Every year, more than we've been at meetings, he's been here. So there's no issue there. Just to Carlo's point, we need accountability to see what's happening because it's me it's John Sasso. Melissa had stuff as well. Karen Janowski, who's here, she sent an email to the select board that her letter was sent at 12:20 and it was backdated to 6 a.m. that morning. I mean, there has to be a reason for this, and hopefully Chris and Bob maybe have some answers. If not, if they can take it back to Phil to find out what the deal is. But yeah, there just has to be some accountability of what happened. And, you know, we have to accept whatever answer that's provided to us. But we looked into it and we consider the matter closed as a non-answer, in my opinion.
Point of order, Chair.
Huh?
Chris Haley, Mr. Haley, has multiple investments in this issue. He's both a candidate and he has a competing Reading news media outlet that he has touted, and his name is now on it, like in the Reading Neighborhood Network.
He doesn't have a contract with the town, though.
No, he doesn't, but he has a competitive news media outlet. And so I'm struggling with this accusation against a town blessing, Reading Community RCTV, that has gone above and beyond for our town, covering not just what this contract in here says, but much more. And I'm struggling that Mr. Haley is the one bringing these charges, and I heard from other people who also had a stake in the election.
There are
I
no
think
charges being alleged?
there is, again, excuse me, sir, but there is again the besmirching of a reputation, which we've seen before. So I needed to say, point of order, because these insinuations are problematic. RCTV, as Mr. Haley just said, has served our town very well.
Correct.
So I just struggle with this conflict.
Point taken. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling. I don't know if there is a formal relationship between the Post and RCTV. I am not an expert on the use of PEG funds, so I'd like to withhold questions until we can really just ask them of the folks who can really answer them. I'm afraid we're not gonna get anywhere until we get to that point.
Okay. Does anyone from RCTV want to comment? You're not obligated to, but does anyone have a statement or want to comment on what we've mentioned?
Not at this time.
If you can come to the podium just real quick, sorry.
Christopher Kreidler, President of the Board of Directors for RCTV. As this is actually not a hearing, we would prefer not to comment at this particular point in time. The Select Board is welcome. We can try to schedule a meeting, obviously, between the Select Board and RCTV as per the contract. However, we would like that scheduled through the Board of Directors rather than through the Executive Director, as the contact with the Board of Directors is by the Select Board is supposed to be through the Board of Directors, please.
Okay. Can I ask you one question, if that's okay? Is this the first time you're hearing this tonight, or were you made aware of it already?
Was that I was made aware of this particular circumstance as the cause for the meeting this evening.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Beckman, anything? You don't have to. Okay. All right. Anyone else? I know it's not a hearing, but Mr. Johnson, sure.
Thank you, Karen Janowski, 30 Azalea Circle. As someone whose letter was manipulated, I'm just hoping that we can find out why. It seems inexplicable. I don't know what the relationship is between RCTV and the Reading Post, and I don't know if RCTV can even offer any explanation at all. But I do wonder how we can understand why this manipulation occurred, because it did happen to my letter, and it was manipulated by 6 hours. I don't understand why. I don't understand the purpose for it, but I do hope that we can find some understanding of, or some explanation of why it happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other else from the board? Just real quick.
Yeah. Thanks, Carlo. I want to make it clear that Carlo reached out to Phil in this scenario and handled things that way. I also reached out to Phil. I understand Chris just mentioned now that we have to go through the board of directors. That's fine. I understand that. I didn't think it was at that level. So, I mean, thank you for bringing that up. But I attempted to meet with him 3 times through text and 1 time through email. So this was no public scenario that I was doing, no competition, no nothing. I just wanted to talk and just get an understanding of what happened, and that was it. It didn't have to be a public, an agenda item like this. So that's essentially it. I reached out, like I said, included Matt, just like I have with other board and committee kind of scenarios. And if it was nothing transpired when Matt was there, et cetera, then it wouldn't have, but we didn't even get to that point. So I appreciate Chris mentioning that we can have it done through the board of directors if that's the way that it has to go, and Matt can arrange that in September, or what did you mention? I think someone mentioned September, or am I making that date up? Is there?
I believe the annual review is to be scheduled between September and I believe November. And in terms of a regular meeting between the board of directors and the select board, that can be at the request of the select board, so long as we find a mutually agreeable date.
Yep. So that's fine with me.
Okay. Thanks. Good, moving on. Okay, Matt, any update?
Yes, Matt should be on the Zoom right now if we're ready to move on to the next.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're more than welcome to stay, but the topic is closed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Matt, I need that.
Yes, so Matt Abrahamson should be on the call right now. See him? So the consultants here, we also have DPW Director Chris Cole is here, and I believe Sharon is on the Zoom as well, so.
Okay.
We can move forward. Matt has his presentation from last time that he can review if you'd like.
We have a hearing notice that we have to
Yes.
read.
Yep. Yeah. Good?
Yep.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the select board of the town of Reading will hold a series of public hearings on June 4, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the select board meeting room, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and remotely via Zoom to approve water, sewer, and stormwater rates for FY25. Copy of the proposed documents regarding these topics will be in the select board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us or your Matthew Cornelis Esquire, town manager. Okay. All right, so we need a motion to open the hearing, right? No, we did that. Now we vote to open the hearing? I always forget. No.
No.
No. Okay, good. All right. We're gonna start with Matt, or
Yep.
start with us?
Whatever you prefer. Matt, I think is ready and willing to do his presentation from last time to, as sort of a refresher, and then we can take it from there. Are you ready for that, Matt?
Yeah.
Are you able to share your screen or?
Yep.
Good evening. Hi, this is Matt Abrahams, part of the Abrahams Group. We were before this board a few weeks back to begin the conversation about water and sewer rates for FY25. And I am back before you this evening to provide another update on where we are with this, but also with some recommended rate options for the board's consideration this evening. I know the town manager just mentioned momentarily a few moments ago that this is a presentation that we have shown you previously, and it basically is, but I just wanted the board to be aware that it has been updated and on a minor basis from the last time you saw it. We did so in response to this board and some of the requests that came out of last meeting that I attended, and also because the town staff recently updated some information around capital and debt projections for both water and sewer. So as we had the opportunity to do so, we went ahead and we integrated those updates into our analysis. So just wanted you to be aware that the slides that we are going to show you momentarily do have some slight tweaks to them, but it is very much the same presentation as last time. So I just plan to run through the slides, and I'll take questions. This can be informal. I don't mind if someone interrupts for the question. What we'll do is we'll cover the water slides first, and then we'll cover the sewer slides subsequent to that. The slides for both water and sewer are pretty familiar. Are pretty consistent with one another. You'll see that as we go through them. First slide is about water in recent history. As this board is aware, the town implemented a 4-tier rate structure for the current fiscal year of FY24. Prior to that, a flat rate was used for many years, and multi-unit accounts are currently charged as 1 unit. The water fund itself has retained earnings, the balance of $4.7 million, which is 58.5% of fund expenses. We'd like to focus on that percentage because it is a way to gauge how healthy or unhealthy an enterprise fund is. And we tend to look for a percentage in the 10 to 25% range. Obviously, the higher the better. The town focuses on a percentage more in the 30 to 33% range. So you can tell based on either of those metrics that the water fund is quite healthy at this time. The town typically balances the budget using retained earnings to ensure rate stabilization. That's something that is done every year. And the town typically funds some capital improvements as part of the operating budget to avoid additional costs incurred from borrowings. In other words, the town likes to avoid borrowings whenever possible because there are additional costs associated with borrowing in the form of interest. So this slide is new from the last time we presented. This is a direct response to a request from this board to provide a little bit more information. So this slide shows what the rate changes were for each of the fiscal years that we're showing. That's on the top row of these tables. Going left to right, that top row is the rate change. So for example, FY18, the water rate increased 3.7%. There was no rate change in FY19. And then you can see the increases going out to the right. I then put the FY24 numbers below that because that's when the tiers were implemented. So you can see the rate changes. So that's the rate in each of those tiers compared to the FY23 rate. So the rate in tier 1 was actually lower than the rate for FY23. The rate in tier 2 is a little bit higher, 2.5% higher, and then 5.2% higher for tier 3, 9.6% higher for tier 4. And then we also wanted to show what the town budgeted for certified surplus to balance the budget. That's that second row in each of the tables. So for example, FY18, $600,000 was budgeted, FY19 just under $700,000, and you can see going out to the right, and then in the FY24 what those amounts were. And then we also included what actually happened. So once the end of the fiscal year took place and the books were closed, what was the actual certified surplus that was used? And in this case, we're showing the difference right below that, and any negative amount on that bottom row means that there was regeneration of surplus. So in other words, less surplus, certified surplus was used than what was budgeted. So for example, FY18, that 385,000, that means that 385,000 less was used, and that money was added back into the certified surplus amount. So if you just look at the focus on the bottom row here, you can see that every year in this analysis, there was regeneration from FY18 through FY23, except for the current fiscal year, FY24, we're projecting that there might be an additional $51,000 needed for certified surplus. However, that is assuming that the town fully spends their water budget, so that could easily flip based on what actually happens the rest of the week. A lot of numbers on the slide, but we were trying to respond to our board's request in the last meeting by putting the slide together.
Yep, good. We have a question. Hold on, Matt.
Yeah, sure.
If I'm reading this correctly, and I just want to clarify that I am reading this correctly, we were actually in much better shape before we went to the tiered water system.
Is that an accurate statement?
Just based on what's it?
Well,
dollar
it
amount?
seems like what we used, what was budgeted and what was actually used was a lot less from FY 18 to FY 23, if I'm reading this correctly, versus what what happened in FY 24. It looks like we're gonna need more money where all the other years we used less money than budgeted, correct?
I guess that is one way to look at it, but that's not how I look at it. There are other factors in play that are contributing to the fact that additional money is being used for FY 24. Like, for example, if we think about weather patterns, but we just came off of a very wet summer last year. So revenues are generally down across many communities that use outdoor water in dry seasons. There was not a whole lot of outdoor water usage last summer, which contributed to the billings for FY 24. So if you had a dry summer last year, for example, I would expect those numbers to read much different.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Thank you.
Let's see if Sharon has her hand up, so I'll just pause to see if the chair wants to recognize her.
Does Karen have her hand up? I think he's.
Oh, I can't see.
I thought you said Sharon. Did you say Sharon or Karen?
Yeah.
Sharon, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's way too soon to say what regeneration is for water, but I know that there is water regeneration already. I know that we've collected more than our projected revenues for fiscal 24. It's hard to compare full year of, there's more than just the revenue regeneration, but also expenses coming in lower than budgeted. So it's hard to compare fiscal 24 currently with the years that you're showing here. So I wouldn't feel like it'd be fair to kind of assess that at this point.
Thank you. And with
Presentation on the screen, if anybody wants to speak, just give us a shout, because I can't see hands or like right now I see Sharon on the screen, I don't see Matt or Karen. So if any of you on Zoom want to speak, please just say, hey. Okay, back. All right.
Okay. So this is the slide you saw last time. The left-hand side shows actual results for the water fund for the last few fiscal years, including the projection of FY 24. And as we just covered, for possibly due to weather patterns, we're projecting a deficit for FY 24 at this time. But as Sharon just mentioned, it also depends on how the expenses come in for 24, whether that truly happens. So most of the years you can see we're either a small deficit or a decent surplus. That FY 22 year, I believe there was significant capital investment that year, which is a big reason why the bar dips so downward in FY 22. So I just wanted to make a comment about that. The right-hand side is a graph showing retained earnings. The last several years of certification plus a projected amount for FY 24. The blue line is what the retained earnings is, and the orange or red line below that is what we consider the target to be. And the target in this case is 30% of fund expenses. So you can see that the retained earnings balance has typically stayed well above it for many years in the recent past, but has now started to trend just a little bit towards the end of the look that we have here. Capital investment, we wanted to show this slide, and we did show us this slide last year, although it has been updated a little bit just because we had new information coming from town staff on projections related to capital, and we did include that. But we feel like this slide is important because I feel like it's important for the board to understand that there are large capital needs for both water and sewer, and the town does a good job projecting what it thinks those capital needs will cost. And this graph shows what those projections are. The orange line is projected debt over the next 11-year period, starting with that includes FY 24, the current fiscal year. And then the blue line is what we're calling capital or capital outlay, which means that that's capital investment that wouldn't be borrowed. So that would be a purchase just in the year that's shown for those capital items. And you can see for water, there's significantly more investment in the form of debt than there is just capital outlay, but you'll see a little bit of a different scenario when we get to the sewer slide. Baseline scenario, what this is showing is we've included all of your expenses, we've included all your projected revenues over what we have now as a 10-year period, going out 10 years. But we're not including any revenue changes related to rates. Now, any responsible board wouldn't let this scenario happen, but we want to show you just what it looks like if the town were not to increase rates over a certain time period. And that's what this graph shows. So it shows that the blue, which is your projected retained earnings, does stay above the target for a few years and then dips below it, ultimately depleting retained earnings somewhere between FY26 and FY27, again, with no rate action. So here's option 1 for you, and I feel like these options may be slightly different than the last time we showed them to you, and it's because of those changes that I referred to related to capital and debt that we have included at this point. We wanted to show a 10-year look. We thought doing so made sense, especially on the sewer side, and we figured if we were going to show it on the sewer side, that we should show 10 years on the water side as well. So this is essentially the same analysis that you saw on the prior slide, which was the baseline scenario, but this does include rate action. And you can see the rate action in that top table there. These are per year changes, starting with 4% increase in FY25 and 4% in 26, and then 3% in 27, on and on. Now, the board, if rates were to be approved this evening, it will not be approving anything other than just the FY25 rate, but we do want the board to understand what the future looks like based on all the numbers that we've crunched in our analysis, so that the board can see those future years when making the decision for the upcoming fiscal year of FY25. So you can see, even with this scenario, based on all the projections we have in here, and granted, these projections are going out many years and are subject to change, but based on what we have in there right now, the blue does dip below the orange and then does work its way back towards the target by the end of the 10-year look that we have here. So that's option 1 for water. And then we have a slide here, I forgot about the slide, that shows the dollar impact. So if we step away and maybe we won't focus on the percentage as much, focus on the dollars. We've put together what we have for bill projections for different users. And you can see the users going down the left-hand side of that table. We've just compiled, I'd say, random usage amounts for different sampling of users, except we did calculate what we consider to be the average residential user based on 45 gallons per day of usage and 65 gallons per day for usage as well. And we have that as about a $6.64 to a $9.92 increase per bill for the average residential user. Those are per bill amounts. So if you annualize them, you're about $27 to $40 annually for the average residential user under the 4% option scenario. And for the large residential user, we have is $21 per bill, $84 per year. Option 2 is just slightly different. This presents a level rate scenario. What I mean by level is the same rate change annually of 3.5%. Similar graph as what you saw earlier with this rate plan. And from a dollar standpoint, $5.80 to $8.68 per bill for the average residential user, $23 to $35 annually. And large residential user, $18 per bill, $74-ish annually. Okay, and the next slide is when we transition to sewer. So I'll just pause briefly in case there are any questions or comments, but I can also roll right into the sewer slides if that's the preference.
I have a question.
Yeah, Karen has a question.
Thank you. Could we just go back to the 2 slides between water rate 1 and option 1 and option 2? So I was a little surprised. So this is a higher increase, and it takes us longer to get back to the orange line. And I wanted to make sure I was reading it that way. I'm a little confused by that. And then I thought on the next slide, we actually come back up to where we want to be with retained earnings quicker. Did I misread it? That's why I wanted you to just go back. I wasn't sure I read it correctly.
Yeah, there's a slightly different trajectory on the second slide. You're right about that. You do get there a little bit more quickly.
I mean, I get, so it's either slightly better or the same. Why would it be better? What am I missing? Because this is not bringing as much money into the system. Because it's only a 3.5% increase.
I think it's because you've got 3% for the later years and he's got 3.5 all the way across.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed that. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thanks, Sharon.
I was just gonna start comparing numbers. I wasn't able to do that quickly. Okay, thanks, Sharon.
Okay, I think we're ready for sewer. Thank you.
Okay, similar slides for sewer. Four-tier rate structure that was also implemented for FY24. There was a flat rate prior. Healthy retained earnings, 7.3 million, which we have as 99%. So remember those ranges that I gave you earlier, including the town's target of 30 to 33%. Just like with water, retained earnings are used to balance the budget to ensure rate stabilization, and the town tries to avoid borrowings for capital items wherever possible. And here's the similar slide for rate changes, as well as the comparison of what was budgeted for certified surplus, what was actual, what the difference was. And you can see that even for the projected FY24 column, as well as all the other columns, all the other years, we're showing regeneration. Those negative numbers on the bottom row mean regeneration, such that the amount that was budgeted was not needed and was added back to surplus. Same slides here for recent results, as well as the projection for FY24, following a similar pattern in terms of where you see the surpluses in those years as water. Those FY22 and 24 years are still showing downward, but they're not as drastic as we saw on the water side. And we're also seeing that the surpluses are greater than they were on the water side for the bars going up. And not surprisingly, based on that, the retained earnings picture is, you see the retained earnings certified at a higher clip than you did for water. And that makes sense based on the fact that actual results for sewer have been more positive for than they have been for water in the recent past. Now, not that waters has been bad, just that sewers has been better. So you see that the blue for retained earnings projections, certified amounts plus the projected for 24 has stayed pretty far well above the target for the last few years in this analysis. And here's the capital investment slide. This slide definitely looks different. So for the water side, we saw that the orange line, which represents debt, was at the top of the graph, and the blue line was at the bottom. The blue line representing capital outlay. In this graph, we see them closer together, and we actually see 1 year where there's a heavy number for capital outlay of over $1.8 million before it reverts back downward from there. So what that means is if this were to hold, the town would be planning on spending $1 million in outlay, which means that's a capital investment that is not borrowed. It would be spent in that fiscal year of FY31 under this plan. And we've included these projections in our analysis. Here's the baseline scenario. As you would expect, it follows a similar trend on the water as it did for water. Again, this is without rate action, but includes everything else. And this shows you that retained earnings would deplete somewhere between 27 and 28 without rate action. Option 1, also showing a 4%. This is our level plan. You can see that the rate change is the same annually all the way for every year in the look, the 10-year look. This is a plan that would work. It would keep the blue somewhat near the orange, but in our opinion, based on current projections, it would take 4% per year to do that. And again, if we think about that capital outlay thing, you focus just real quick on the table that's above the graph and look at that FY31 number in red. you see that huge impact of the expense. That's a large deficit number for FY31. So that's where that number would hit. And essentially by doing 4% per year, you're kind of planning for that. So here's the user table. I'll just quickly go through the numbers at the bottom. Average residential user $6.31 to $9.43 per bill, which works out to be about $25 to $38 annually. And the large residential user $20 per bill, $80 annually. Through this scenario, which is 4% in FY25 for sewer. Option 2 has a 3%. So as you might think, the other plan had 4% annually. If you're doing 3% in year 1, presumably you would need more in the subsequent years, and that's what we see here. You see 4.225 in the subsequent years, but a plan like this, based on our projections, would still get retained earnings around the target by the end of the 10-year look. And here's the dollar impact: $4.73 to $7 per bill for the average residential user, which works out to be $19, $28 annually. Large residential user, $15 per bill, $60 annually. And those are the sewer slides. We do have some slides around the multi-unit analysis that we've done, but the board did see those last time. So we can show them, we cannot show them. Either way, it's fine with me. I guess I'll take direction from the board on that. We can also just pause.
Again.
You like to see them? Okay. I'll just pause real quick just because that's the wrap on the sewer slides. We can always go back, of course, but there are questions or comments based on what you saw. Hearing none.
I do have a question, sorry. I was waiting to see something jumped in. So the outlook of this, so we either, even with 4% or 3.5%, we are quickly going in the red, going out more than a couple of years. So I guess this is a question for Sharon or Matt. Does that mean you talked about Matthew, you talked earlier about, trying not to borrow for this stuff. So I don't know what borrowing rates are, but so what are you thinking our options are going to be, more than a couple of years out? Are we just going to self-fund this and just keep raising the rates as high as we have to, or do we have other options?
So I can answer some of that. So I feel like with the sewer, the 2031, the sewer project that's out there, it's a sewer station, and we don't have any MWRA borrowing that will be eligible for that. So I would imagine as that gets closer, we'll probably opt to borrow for it. But we kind of have to time things out. When we do borrowings, we try not to just borrow for a small amount. We try and make sure that we're timing our borrowings appropriately. So it's very likely that 2031 could turn into a borrowing. So that's one thing. The other thing is looking at these slides that Matt puts together for us. It's a very conservative look, assuming that we have no regeneration. There is usually some regeneration. So we do have a little more wiggle room than maybe is suggested there. At the same time, increasing the rate every year is going to kind of help us have more free cash to not have to borrow. And that's what they're trying to get you to see here, is that if we plan appropriately, we could potentially avoid a borrowing because we might have enough surplus that we could just use that for that project. And so those are the kind of things that you want to kind of look out 10 years and see what do we have coming up. And if we wanted to try and not borrow for that, what would we need to do to have enough surplus sitting there?
And is the debt that we still owe MWRA incorporated in these numbers? I was looking for a drop off, and I don't know if I could see it in these charts.
I think it drops off in 2026, 2025 or 2026. It's not. I think it's pretty close. Do you recall, Matt?
Is that on the water side or the sewer side?
The water has a buy-in, and I think, does the sewer side have something too? I want to say it's the water side. The buy-in is on the water side. I want to say it falls off in the next couple of years.
Okay, I knew it was coming up and I thought we'd see a bump that would help us out. I didn't really see it in these numbers, which is concerning.
Well, because you've always got other things like being borrowed for, like we utilize all the MWRA borrowings that were available to us. We utilize them as soon as they become available to kind of get a lot of our capital done. Most of our capital for water and sewer is done with MWRA debt if we can, because they give us grants as well as 0% funding. And if that's available, we utilize that first. But with the one that we're looking at, that 2031, that $1.8 million, that's not going to be eligible for a 0% borrowing. So we'd have to kind of time that with other general obligation bonds and make sure that it's worth our time to issue it, because there's debt cost, there's issuance cost related to issuing debt. And so we'd have to time it out. But if we plan for it, we might not have to borrow for it at all if we consider it as part of our rate.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, for the multi-unit, I think we have 2 slides for you this evening, and these slides were shown during my last presentation a few weeks back. They have not changed. So we did look at multi-unit accounts with the focus being what is being charged of these accounts today using FY24 rates. Now, the rate may change this evening or whenever the board sets a rate for FY25. However, this analysis was done using the current rates of FY24. 54 accounts were analyzed. In the middle part of this graph, where you see current breakdown of usage by tier, you can see the usage for the total of the totaled up usage for these accounts, 54 of them by tier. And you can see clearly that tier 4 has the most amount. About 85% of total usage falls into tier 4, the highest tier for these 54 accounts. We then updated the analysis by doing similar calculations, but instead of showing how these accounts are billed today, we went down to the individual level, calculated what each unit's usage and bills would be if they were billed as individual units, and then totaled that up at the account level at that point. And you can see a change in the usage by tier under that scenario, where most of the usage pushes to tier 1, 88% pushes to tier 1. And also interesting is that none is shown in tier 4 under that analysis.
Oh, let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on.
I just have a question on that first slide. So
I'm not sure that, Matt, you can answer this, but if we're able to figure this out, knowing that certain units are tier 1, but they're being charged at tier 4, why can't we just charge them at tier 1? How did we get this information, but we can't bill them appropriately?
This was done. Well, I'll answer that, and hopefully I answer your question. If not, please let us know. But this analysis was done using a very large, detailed Excel file that I put together. That's not, I don't think, something that the town typically does when they do their billing.
got it. And then the 54 units, are those
Across multiple different buildings, or was 54 units from one particular building? I don't know that we have one that's been that big.
No, that 54 represents the number of accounts. These are accounts that have multiple units.
Got it, okay.
For each of the accounts. So basically, we compiled an analysis for all of the accounts, as I understand it, that have multiple units in their building.
Chris has a question. Hold on.
So the 54 multi-units accounts is the total of multi-units accounts that we have? It's not just 54, we only have 54 multi-unit accounts? Is that, so like Postmark is one account for the entire building, that would count as one, so now we have 53 left, or we have a significantly higher number than that?
I think it's 54, but now I'm worried that I misspoke when I said that. This analysis started about a year ago, back when the prior town manager was in his position, and the accounts that were used were identified by him or someone that he was working with on this. And they were given to me to use in the analysis. So whether that includes all multi-unit accounts, I don't know, I'm sorry. But those were the 54 that were identified to be used for this analysis.
Yeah, because it would make a significant difference. I'm not squabbling over 3 multi-units getting added on and you're not using it as 57 right now. I'm concerned that we have 300 multi-unit accounts and you're just using it based off 54. That's where my concern would be.
That would seriously surprise me. I think we tried to include the ones that made really good sense for this analysis, but I also don't know the answer.
Chris, do you have you kind of shook your head, do you have an answer or a non-answer?
No, I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Okay, all right.
I have a question.
Yeah, Karen has a question.
What if we were able to, so my understanding is the town currently does not have, aside from an Excel spreadsheet and someone dedicated to maintaining it and doing it all manually, we don't have an automated way to even do, to send out bills like this, and give people access to that tier 1 or individual bills. So, but my question is, how, if we were able to magically give all of those multi-unit accounts the tier 1 that they are reasonably entitled to, like the 87.6%, what does that do to our water and sewer rates with the retained earnings? Is there an impact on that?
Yes, there would be a revenue impact for both funds if this were to change. And that's what the next slide shows you.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
it doesn't show you what the rates would have to be, but also at the same time, the financial impact is not large, I would say.
Okay.
So based on the current retained earnings situation and the health of both water and sewer funds, I wouldn't anticipate a major impact on rates, if one at all, if the town were to make a change surrounding. So that's probably a good segue to the next slide. Okay, so this is the second of the 2 multi-unit analysis slides that I have for you this evening. And again, this was shown last time. So the top shows your rates per tier. And you can see that there actually is not a huge variance as you go from tier to tier. We're not talking like a $5 difference between the rates in each tier or a $10 difference. There's only a $1.75 difference between tiers 1 and 4. So not a huge difference. And the reason why I bring that up is because when I first compiled the numbers from a dollars standpoint, if these units were to be billed as individual units based on the tier breakdown I showed you earlier, rather than how they're billed today, it only worked out to be a savings total for all 54 accounts annually of about $82,000 for water and $84,000 for sewer. And when I first put that together, I just stepped back and thought about, well, does that make sense? And then went and looked at the tiers, and that's why I bring up the rates themselves, because there's not a huge variance there between tier 1 and tier 4. If there was a bigger variance between tier 1 and tier 4, you would see a bigger dollar impact with the analysis that we put together. And then also, we did provide one example just so you could see the postmark and what the savings for that particular account were compiled. So we had that as being a $2,000 annual savings for water and about a $2,100 annual savings for sewer. So if you add those two together, that's $4,100 annually for that one account if the change were to take place.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So Matt, just make sure I'm understanding. So
We're taking the postmark and the water, 2,038 annual, that's for the building?
Yes, the entire building. Yep.
So if there were 50 units,
Good question. Per bill for the year, you said, oh, annual, sorry, good.
so I don't know how many units there are in there.
50.
50, so it's $40, $40 difference. $40 in water and
$82.
okay, so 41, so it's $82 total difference per year.
Per unit-ish. Right?
Per unit, except that common areas, irrigation, now the restaurant all would,
We don't have those restaurant.
restaurant wasn't there, but irrigation, anything else going on there wouldn't be a unit. Anyway, point is, I think it's not a massive amount of money. It's not zero, it's not a massive amount of money.
I agree, but I think the problem is for us with that particular building is the restaurant. Is how much, it's, yes, the disparity is not big, but it only matters what tier you're in.
Right, but they must be allocating now using, because they know, right? On the inside, they know they get a bill for X in water and they say, okay, divide up with the units.
Right.
And they'll know the restaurant will have, I assume, its own meter as inside meter, not town meter, but inside the building. Because they have inside the building, they know what the usage is.
Right.
So they'll know what it is for the restaurant. So that's not gonna confound this.
But I think last time we met, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, two Matts or anybody in the room, I think last time when we talked about the restaurant coming online, that it's still all one bill. That's my memory. All right, I'm getting all of
It
this.
is one bill,
Okay.
but we shouldn't, so inside, so they get a
Yeah,
bill
I know you
X,
mean.
and then they divide it up.
Yeah,
And as I understood it, individually inside the software that tells them what the usage was per unit. It's just not on the, it's inside the building, not outside.
Well, that's the problem.
access to it.
But so the restaurant will be in the same scenario, so they'll know what the restaurant uses, so that's not gonna increase anybody else's bill.
it shouldn't.
It shouldn't, right, absolutely shouldn't.
Isn't the restaurant considered a commercial, not a residential? Shouldn't they be built?
The whole building is kind of commercial because it's it's residential units, it's a massive building.
But don't we have like tier 4 for residential and then we have commercial tiers?
We
that
have
are different?
large,
So, I guess
No,
I'm.
I think I believe all towns are built the same way. Is that correct? Pretty sure.
There's
pretty
no
sure.
commercial. There was a slide that had commercial.
It just gives you an example.
Yeah.
But it's not like another tier though.
Oh, okay.
Commercial, they pay more in electrical rates, not in water rates.
It was a slide.
It's just giving us an example of usage, how much gallons, if you had a massive laundromat, let's say, or a car wash or whatever.
The rates you see on the screen right now are rates for all users.
Okay.
And Matt, another question if I could, so you do your work for multiple communities, many of whom have tiered water rates. Do they have some special scheme that they use to deal with these multi-units? Because I would imagine they're in a similar circumstance in some cases at least.
Yes, this topic comes up fairly regularly at this point, and very validly that it comes up. I have seen solutions that communities have used. Here are some examples, and I'm not an expert on this by any means, okay? So let me just caveat that right away. But I do know that there are ways to do this. So one thing that I understand, and I believe maybe Sharon can comment on this, but I believe the town has Munis as a billing system, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I believe there is a setting in Munis that allows you to set what I believe it's called a condo factor, or maybe it's a multi-unit factor. I believe it's called a condo factor, where you can set the number of units there and the billings should get segregated as you would like them to, if that is set. Now then obviously there's a administrative setup thing associated with that, and you have to, whoever the billing clerks would have to make sure that they do it right, or I have to test it first. So there's an admin piece related to that, as well as this other solution. So another solution I saw was for each number of units in a building. So for example, buildings that have 6 units, there would be a separate, I believe it's a rate code set up for that. And what I mean by that is you have your tiers today, right? You have tier 1 is, I wish I had it from 1 to 1,000 maybe. Yeah, I think it's 1 to 1,000. Tier 2 is 1,000 to 2,500 maybe.
Right.
So the tiers for the 6 unit building wouldn't be those tiers. It would be a separate tier setup for them. So in order to have it equate to be the exact same as a 1 unit building, they would set up a rate code with tiers times 6. So you would have the same tier rates, but they would have 6, whatever the number of units is, so times 6 in that case. Now again, that's an administrative setup thing that would have to take place. Light work up front, but once it's in place, it's in place, and then the town can presumably use it for as long as it wants. but that's a way to do it just for 6. But if you take that approach, you have to then do one for 8, and then you have to do one for 10, and you have to do one for 12, however many different number of unit buildings you have. So there are ways, and you know, a town like yours, if it's true that there are only 54 accounts you have to worry about, that's not a huge headache administratively, but it's work that we can get done. It's definitely easier than a large city that has to deal with this across hundreds of accounts. So hopefully those 2 examples can help you think about ways that this could be implemented in your town. It's not possible.
And one more follow-up. I remember last year's discussion, there were some, I don't know who the mandate is, I'm guessing DEP, but somebody's mandate in terms of how we manage blocks of rates. That there's regulation related to that. And that was another reason why I think we decided this was gonna make sense, because it complied.
Are you asking about a mandate related to setting up tiers to begin with, meaning
Basically, yes.
Tiers are, but that you would implement tiers?
Basically, yes.
Okay, yeah, so that is, and that was presented to this board last year at this time by the town manager at the time. That language comes directly out of Mass General laws, and it applies to communities that are connected to the MWRA. And if you were to look back at last year's presentation that the town manager gave you right around this time, that language is actually in that presentation. You put it on one of the slides.
Yeah, it was the little bracket for the MGL saying that we had to have tiers. It didn't say what they were, it didn't say what we had to do. It was very open-ended.
Yeah.
You gotta do something.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we did, but that's a matter of
But we made
interpretation.
decisions.
No, we did, but
Yeah, and we kept them quite close, as we can see.
the problem is we gotta fix this multi-unit, these big unit buildings, which we haven't addressed. And that's an us problem and a town staff problem to address, not a problem, but an issue.
Yeah.
Right?
Or maybe it's an opportunity to let those buildings say, there's an opportunity for you to save money. Here's the formula, you send it to us.
Well, I think we have to be able to do it, number one, in my opinion, for staffing wise and billing wise, and if it is only 54 or 60 buildings, to me, that's not a heavy lift, but I'm not doing it. I'm not the one doing it, so.
I would be curious to see what it would cost the town to just go into our billing system and fix it. I mean, that seems like the easiest solution.
Yeah.
Units, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know Sharon, we had talked about this before, and Sharon, I think, is still on. I mean, it is sort of labor intensive, at least at first, and, you know, we had questions on, we had issues last year with Munis handling the tiered billing, and that's why some of the bills went out late.
Right.
And we had, you know, questions this year, if we did that, how Munis would handle it, but, I don't know, Sharon, did you have any comments on that part of it?
I think if you were to make a change, it could be set up in Munis to, it would take time, but we'd have to go through and determine how many multi-unit buildings that we have and how many units are in each building. So there'll be some administrative.
Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. While I think that is a nice Band-Aid for the 54 accounts, the problem ends up being that the tiered water rates still penalize large families, which are well beyond the 54 number that's in here. So, in my opinion, it is still wildly inequitable for all of that. But he can continue, I think questions are next or whatever, but that's the biggest thing. If we Band-Aid the 54, it doesn't help the larger families that are still paying the higher tier. All we're doing is correcting multifamilies, which is part of that, but still, you know, there's another segment of the population.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
So just to respond to that a little bit more, just further discussion, so I don't think that, so the tiers were in fact meant to how to say this the right way? The more you use, the more you pay. Is essentially what this is. I don't have a problem with that fundamentally. It seems to make sense. You're a heavier user, you should be paying more. As we're trying to do a variety of things, one of which, but not the only one, is conservation. But as we're trying to encourage people to be as efficient as possible with water usage, having a little bit of an incentive, I think, can fit there. So, do larger families use more utilities? Do they use more town resources? Yeah, they do. In a lot of areas, we equalize that. We say, it's flat, but I'm not sure water needs to be one of them. Certainly, electricity, use more electricity, you pay for more electricity. I don't think it's right to say, well, you're penalizing larger families, because the flip side of that, and I know we had this exact discussion, is if you don't do that, you're penalizing smaller families. So the smaller family having to pay the same rate but using a lot less, why should they be paying the same rate? So I think that's the discussion. It's not a definition, but I think that the structure of tiered rates is saying, yeah, that is exactly how it's working. That's why you put it in place. You're trying to encourage conservation. You're trying to recognize heavier users. And with those particularly big, heavier users, they should be paying a much larger share of the total, which we definitely accomplish with this. We just have some folks in the middle. Also, just last one, but for Matt too. I know a bunch of communities, I thought Wakefield was one that doesn't make adjustments. Is it the case that many of these communities, they use their tiers, but they don't, they kind of say, multifamilies, I'm sorry, maybe someday we'll work on a new water meter system?
Yes, it is my understanding that Wakefield has the same billing setup as your town today, the multi-unit towns.
So, just to circle this back to what Mark just mentioned, and I will ask Matt, the one online. We are ascribed a set fee figure from MWRA that we have to pay. Let's call it 5 million. I think we did this last time. It was 2.8, 4 million, whatever. We'll make it a nice round 5. No matter what, we have to bill people 5 million or we end up in the negative. Can we all agree on that? If MWRA ascribes us 5 million, we have to bill $5 million. Can we all agree on that?
But it's a function of what we should be using based on our community structure, right? The way they come up with the number.
Correct. So the whole conservation angle and saving and doing what all this sounds fantastic. But in FY25, we're getting dinged 5 million. We're not getting dinged 3 million now. We're still getting dinged the $5 million that we have to pay. We didn't conserve anything. It's only eventually, by the time they get their ratios and all that stuff, which could be 5-10 years from now, perhaps we will. But at the same time, we're adding new units on, accumulating people. You're snowballing it. You are never catching up with it. We got to pay 5 million. You got to spend 5 million. It's not fair to differentiate within that 5 million how much people should be paying, because we got to pay regardless. That's the difference. If that number changed from year to year on the fly like that, absolutely, because 5 million we conserve, people use less water other than multi-unit families because they're exempt somehow, then it would be 4 million. And then that's a significant difference, believe me. But starting at 5 and never going under and always going above continuously, you will never get me to agree that that's the right way to do it. It wasn't last time, it's not this time. We gotta pay the money, we have to bill people accordingly. So we are penalizing larger families and not penalizing smaller families for the same amount of water that we're being billed. That is not changing, other than going up year over year over year. Like, it's fundamentally that for me. So if we fix it for the 54 units, we should be fixing it for the multifamilies. We should be fixing it for the outdoor watering people. All of that. We have the opportunity. Do I think we're gonna do it on the fly tonight? No. I think we need at least another meeting or two, or a committee or something to look at what's fair and equitable for everybody. because all of this stuff isn't fair or equitable to anyone at all.
If I could, I think we'd also need to look at, as part of that analysis, I believe our per capita consumption is going down. Totally isn't. But I believe the per capita is showing conservation is taking place effectively. So that should get factored into the discussion also. The total number goes up as we add units, as we have new growth, there's all sorts of other things. So it's not just like, boom, no matter what, it's 5 million. It's, things are actually changing on the inside. Wakefield, I only looked very quickly, but they actually do have an advisory panel that reports to the town council. And it's not just on water rates, it's kind of, it's a DPW panel is what it looks like. I looked at it for 5 minutes, I'm not gonna pronounce judgment. But it was, I had the same thought of, aren't there groups that might get together and talk about this more than just, once a year or 2 meetings a year? Maybe that's a cool way of addressing this and figuring out what's going on.
Because we cannot sustain 3 to 4% increases for everybody year over year over year. Like, we saw that chart. Like, I understand that, as I just said, things just keep going up, up, and up. They're not going backwards. We're not creating money out of this scenario. But we have to do something. And I don't know if a water committee is gonna solve it, somehow magically get more money into here so we can offset the rates. But something has to be done, because you see it's falling on us currently. And then select board members in 2030 are enjoying the 3% rates instead. I know we can change them however we like, but we're on the hook for the money. It's easy, he doesn't have projections up there, 1% or any decreases. It's only up the whole way from here. We cannot sustain the way that we're doing it.
And Matt, sorry, can I speak? Yeah, sorry about that. There was, I read Winchester is up 9% this year, is that right? I think I asked this question last time we met, that what are some of your other communities seeing for increases? I thought the answer was that 3s and 4s are the low side.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that's just my general gut feeling to respond to that question. Winchester, I think, was up more than 9 though. And they increased it. They have a service charge, which is a fixed charge on each of their bills. That went up as well. Winchester, in their case, it seems like it's probably a little bit similar to your community. In dry seasons, they use a lot of outdoor water usage, which that didn't happen over the last year. So their revenues are way down. So there was a need to increase rates a little bit more substantially than they wanted to for that reason. But yes, we're seeing a pretty, across the board, a pretty substantial need to increase rates to make up for lost revenues due to weather patterns. I'm also dealing with another community that has a whole different issue going on. They need clean water, they need more water, so they're exploring an end-of-rate connection that they don't currently have, and there are additional costs associated with that. So their rates are presumably, they haven't voted it yet, but presumably going to go up a lot higher than Winchester's. So it's every community is a little bit different, but I'd say across the board, yes. And even Wakefield, who I'm also working with, and that was a really good point that one of the board members just made a moment ago about the advisory board for public works thing. I do really think that's a good idea, and I do work with them, and they are very, very good, and a little bit more dialed in, just because that's their constant focus of what's going on with water and sewer, right? It does make sense to have another board or another committee, if possible, be involved and make a recommendation related to this. So I would be supportive of that. But even in Wakefield, I think we're looking at 5 or 6% on the water side this year, and maybe a 3% or no, 2% on the sewer side this year for Wakefield. So yeah, but just to finalize my answer to your question would be, across the board we are seeing pretty substantial increases, and it has a lot to do with the fact that the weather has been what it has been, because last year very wet, the year before that very dry, the year before that very wet. So we've seen extremes the last 3 years. And then if you look out the window, what's been happening in the last few months, the weather pattern that's happened over the last few weeks will impact your FY25 billings as well. So that's another factor where we've seen wet conditions where people up until maybe this week haven't really had a strong need for water outside because the weather has been more intense. Keep that in mind as well.
You have a question, Melissa?
Yeah, no, just a comment more than a question. I guess my concern is that, you know, last year, families or residents that are in the tier 4, that was an increase of what, 10% last year from their bill in FY '23, I believe.
Not, so the way to look at it is this, it is a little bit confusing unless you were to look at it in a table format. That's just the tier 4 rate, so what that means is only the tier 4 usage for that account is billed.
I understand that, but I mean, it was, from the previous year, I understand it, they only get billed in that level when they reach that amount of water. But some families took a large hit of, you know, 10%. And then now we're gonna add another, what, a water 4%, that's 14% in 2 years. That's a lot for some families. So I think that we need to be considerate of that when we're thinking about this, because that's a big hit, 2 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, I can't disagree with Melissa. I'm concerned about having to continually raise rates. We have to understand that if we're gonna have a sprinkler system and we're gonna water a lawn, then we're gonna need to pay more for our water. And it's not, in the analysis that was done last year, that came out as a significant factor. So it's not just a factor of toilets and people living in a household. It's also a factor of people using lawn sprinklers, and that's an individual choice. I would love Matt Kay and Sharon if we could invest some resources. Now that I know that it will not significantly and negatively, you know, based on what we know today about 54 accounts, impact our retained earnings projections, I would love to get a ballpark idea of what kind of time and effort and cost it would take and when we could do it. Do we have to wait another year? Could we do it mid-year to help the individual units in these larger buildings? And I would not be opposed to some sort of a DPW/water advisory committee either. Thanks for bringing that up.
So I got cut off because my battery died, so I figured maybe I should answer the question we were talking about before that happened. When it comes to the multi-unit, it would be some administrative time to go through every multi-unit and figure out how many units we're billing. Maybe we'd have to do it for multiple units more than 2 or 3, you know, because I feel like we're gonna find that number is more if you're talking about, you know, 2-family homes or 3-family homes, I'm not sure. I think that work would be a little bit of extra on our staff, which I think could be done. My only concern was, and we spoke of this, was Postmark is a very interesting property in that it's got a restaurant as well as residential. And we talked about how could we deal with that? And we could potentially add a second meter for the commercial property and then spread the other meter across the residential. So we'd have to really have a well thought out plan on how to deal with properties like Postmark, because that's not typical that you see something like that, where you have clearly a restaurant's gonna use a lot more water than a residential property, and you don't want to take that usage and just divide it over the number of units. It wouldn't make sense. So that particular situation kind of came to light, and we were thinking about maybe that would be a situation where we invest in putting a second meter in for the commercial property, and then the residentials could be divided up evenly because they would probably have similar usage. So you would have one meter that'd be residential, and let's say there's 40 residential units, they would divide up by 40, and they'd say, okay, what tier are we in? And that would be an easier way for us to do it. The commercial property does add an element of difficulty to the situation, and I don't know how quickly we could put meters in, so I can't really talk of timing, but I do know that anything that you do with these rates does not go in effect right away. It's actually, I think, the billing after September, I think, is the billing that would be in effect. So whatever happens through the summer is going to be at the old rate, and then that first quarter billing after September would be where your rate increase would be seen. So I don't know if we could get it done in time. I think it definitely would involve a lot of conversation between DPW, and myself and others to determine the appropriate timing. How long will we need to get this up and running if you chose to do it?
Are we allowed, this is a general question, because I know Matt mentioned as far as like testing the system, like, you know, when we went to the tiered rates, the bills got really screwed up. I'm sure that there was some tests done behind the scenes that the software could handle the tiered rates. So I know on our taxes, we can't charge Home Depot more because they're a bigger property and, you know, this and that. But can we do Postmark, the Met, Ace Flats as a test? Can we start with 3, 4 big buildings?
We certainly could do something in train to test what the effect is. We certainly could, but I guess what I'm not sure of is how many multi-unit properties we really do have. Are these 54 that Matt mentions just the larger ones?
Right.
And are we looking to include multi-families where maybe there's 2? You know, so that's the other thing I'm not sure of. So I can't speak to how long it would take if I don't know how many properties, but I know the multi-unit, like the condos where there's multiple units, that was the bigger concern. But I guess how far do you want to take it? Because that would change the timeline of how long it would take us to get it up.
No,
and running.
I guarantee you, just in my neighborhood alone in downtown Reading, there are many, many multi-families.
I think it would, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it would depend though, because multifamilies, traditionally, if you have renters, as the owner, you're paying the bill, not the renters. So you would.
It depends on the lease, but typically, yes.
Yes, but typically as just a residential.
Yes.
No commercial.
Yeah, not commercial, yeah.
That the owner of the building is paying the bill, not the renter. So I'm not sure that unless they're condos, then it would be a different scenario.
Right, so Matt, on the screen, Matt, do all those big increases, or not big, all those increases that you mentioned, Winchester, Wakefield, other communities, was that in spite of their reserves? Or are they just, they needed to do it because their reserves were weak? If you know, I don't know if you know that or not.
Well, the analysis, I work with each of those communities you just mentioned, and the analysis that we do for those communities is similar to the analysis that we've done for your community. And the way that it works is we're trying to target a certain amount of retained earnings. So really what it means is their retained earnings have been showing a little bit lower than we would have wanted. And based on what's coming over the next year or so, rates need to go up a certain amount in order to start building those retained earnings back up. So I'd say it's that they have retained earnings, although maybe it's a little bit lower than they would like, and the increases will help them build them back up to the level that they're hoping.
Yeah, and like for me, like the problem with the weather that we can't control is that every year, and you know, it's just part of Mother Nature, every year we have to adapt to a wet season or a dry season. And then that affects the rates. So every year, we're just, you know, these rates are never gonna go down. You know, we did have some years that we didn't do an increase. Maybe that was not the right choice at the time, maybe it was. I think it was, but whatever. So going forward, it's just a matter of, do we wanna keep it even? Are we gonna have a 9% increase one year and then go back to 3? Are we gonna do 12% another year? Because we have to? So I can't predict that. What you have in these charts is kind of level setting of a rate, right? So is Wakefield, Winchester, whatever town you're gonna pick, gonna go up 9% every year? Hopefully not. But it really, a lot of it's dependent on the weather. So for us, without using the weather as a guide, because we can't, we're trying to, these charts, you know, out to 2031 or whatever it is, are kind of even, the way I look at it. So, and obviously we can adjust it every year accordingly, but, and based on regeneration and everything else, but I just think conservation in the long run is gonna hurt us, because we have to buy so much water. The financial side, environment side, great. Financial side, not great. So how do we balance that? I don't have the answer for that. I know we can do it with the rates, right? So as we discuss the different tiers shortly and the different rates per tier, I'm probably gonna advocate for tightening them up a bit this year and then revisit it. I'm not saying that's what I'm gonna do, but that's the way I'm thinking about it, just because they make it a little bit more fair. Is it fair? I don't know. I think it is, but that's just me. So I hate, comparatively to a couple of communities close by to us, we're in good shape, right? So I guess we shouldn't complain, quote unquote. But everybody watching and getting their bills gets to complain. I'm not in a high tier, but I know a lot of people are in a higher tier, and there's a lot of large families and whatnot. So we have to look for the greater good for everybody as best we can. And I don't see, you know, Bill Brown gave some great examples last year on I can take a 20-minute shower and nothing's gonna change, right? A large family, you don't want them taking 20-minute showers. So, and right, more water usage, higher bill. I totally get it. But I don't think people should be penalized for watering their lawns and upkeeping their homes and their bushes and plants, right? Because we want that as a community. We don't want to walk by or drive by brown lawns, right? When you go to look for a new house or drive through a community. So people do the right thing and they water their lawns. So I know Chris is going to mention without a doubt second meters, like he does every year. And maybe it's time to do a pilot, maybe it's not, but it's a shame that people have to pay the same rate for water not going into the sewer again. So I'll get off my soapbox, and that's kind of a preview of what I'm gonna think about.
Thanks, Karen. I just wanted to just go back to something that you had just mentioned, as well as what Karen had mentioned earlier, that if you water your lawn, you have to pay more, which, you know, because you're using more water, that makes sense. Except we're in the position we're in right now because people aren't watering their lawns because it was so wet last year. I know Sharon went over this last time, but it's crystal clear that if we're not using the amount of water that we need to, that's why we're in the position that we're running the deficit that we're in. So what we want is to people to water their lawn. We want Postmark to break their water meter and just have it going onto the street right now. It's probably going 24/7 anyway. That is the way that we get out of paying the money for this. It's backwards. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. Like, I understand we want to conserve, fantastic. But if we all conserved, we're screwed. That's what it comes down to. We're on the hook for the money. So if it decides to be, underwater for the next 5 years, I'd rather be talking to Victor and doing assessments than whatever's going to happen to us up here, because that's the way that it would go. Now, if it's a drought for the next 3-4 years, we're going to be in fantastic shape. But that's backwards. The watering lawn people, you want them watering their lawn right now. It just seems bizarre to me that these things are backwards. I don't know. You'll never convince me otherwise. And yes, pilot program, second water meter, let's see about 50 people. But that's me.
So when that drought happens and we've all been drowning our lawns and things, then we run into a different problem. The Quabbin Reservoir is low, and MWRA says, just kidding, you get 25% less. And we're screwed. Water is not a limitless commodity. It's not if we can just let it blast into the street, whatever happens. We need to conserve it. We need to be very careful with it. It is a limited resource. That's part of what's going on here. Not the driver of everything, but that's part of the story. That's why I believe that the Mass General Laws has the rate structure it has. We, as the leaders of the community, I think need to model what we're looking for, which I don't think is drowning the lawn. There are people who want to do it, and I think that's fine. And I think that there's this kind of the next tier that goes into that. That's all good. We're trying to figure out how do you share the load across the community. That's a really good way, in my opinion, to share the load. Not everybody wants to do that, is willing to do that, can do that. They don't have to. That's fine. Others say, I'm gonna do it. Others do private wells. It's not limitless to do private wells either. At some point, that's problematic. The aquifer isn't gonna support that unless global warming changes at all, which I can't predict either. But I think we need to be, the leadership I think we need to show is kind of saying, look, we understand what we've got to do. I hear you. I don't completely understand why we gotta pay this way. It's boggling. It just doesn't fit. But that doesn't change the fact that we gotta use as little as we need to and discourage 20-minute showers if that's what it's talking about. If you wanted it, it's fine. So it doesn't change his rate, but yeah, he pays more he pays 20 minutes worth of water instead of 5 like everybody else. You know, where do we go from here? We made the tiers pretty tight last time on purpose, as you can see. There's $1.75 between them. I think we started much wider and we pulled it down pretty tightly, purposefully to make sure we understood what was going on. And did it work? Did it do what we're looking for? I don't think we completely know the answer to that. We found some issues. I think we can address the issues. I think that we ought to figure out how do we, I agree with this approach, and I agree with the fact, and Matt on the screen, to the extent we can level it and manage things really well, we keep these changes to be fairly consistent and fairly small. Not zero, and that sucks, I'm with you. But to keep them consistent and small, I think is better as opposed to letting it whipsaw. Because we don't know what's gonna happen. I think counting on everything jelly side up with the donuts doesn't always happen. We're doing the best we can. I think we're actually doing a pretty good job. And I can't wait for the MWRA assessment to fall off.
Karen, do you have any comments? I can't see you on the screen.
No, I think Karen might have one.
I do. Somebody in the chat, Robert Corwin, pointed out that there's 356 multifamilies in Reading according to MLS. So we need to know where you'd want to draw the line if you decided to do something with the multi-unit in terms of, would you want all of those addressed, or would you want them to be more than 2 units or that sort of thing? That would be something to think about.
Right. Thank you. All right, are we ready to start doing the rates at 10:30, whatever?
You can't even see my number? We don't have, I know in years past, we used to have a chart up there where we could plug in numbers and it would we don't have that this time, do we?
Well, we have, in terms of what you want to put in the motions, you know, we have what we have last year, and then we have the.
We don't have a way to see it in real time, because before we could put in a number.
Was it an Excel?
So they'll put in a number and poof, it made
I
up.
don't know.
Matt could do that probably for you, Matt Burns.
Do you have
Like
that?
if you entertain a certain percentage, yeah, he could tell you what it would look.
What is it that you wanna see, and I could probably put it on the screen for you.
Well, I guess maybe we should, I remember that when we did that before.
Did we get a sense of the board to start and then see if there were different scenarios that people
You
wanted?
mean last year?
Last year.
Yeah, again, last year was the first time we did it, so we didn't know.
Oh, I was thinking more the
Yeah.
general percent.
Yeah, general percent, right, general percent. Yeah, that's a good place to start. It is, what are people thinking for a percentage, I guess? Melissa, let's start with you. You're not committed to this, just what do you?
Not 4%. I don't know the answer to this question yet.
All right, Mark?
I'd go water 4 and sewer 3.
I'm Mark's camp right now. I didn't move in, but I'm on the grounds. I'm on the grounds. It's a good analogy. Chris?
I'm gonna be staying at a resort down the street from both of you people, and enjoying my quality time over here on, I'm not voting for this tonight. On no planet Earth am I would like to know from Matt and Sharon when the absolute latest time that we can do this, because we have not hashed this out. We are just once again punting it down the road, and there has to be an end at some point. So if we can if this can go till July and we can have another meeting or two with like an hour or two dedicated to this where we can hash some stuff out, that'd be fantastic. But I cannot commit to any scenario that's up here the way that it stands now.
Before I go to Matt in the room, Karen, do you have a camp or a resort you wanna blurt out?
You know, so we do have healthier sewer reserves, so I guess I can see where, you and Mark are coming from, that maybe we, can go up a bit less on sewer than we do on water. And I'd like to point out to Chris that if you don't wanna go tonight, you're effectively kicking this can down the road. So I would love to get this done tonight.
I appreciate the voice, Karen, thank you.
So now for Matt in the room, when, I thought it was this meeting, from my
Well, I mean,
understanding.
traditionally, that's what we do. I mean, it all comes onto the billing. So I think Sharon said the billing would be the after September billing where the rates would be in effect. And how quickly we can plug that in, but I think you have some time if you wanted to do it that way. It doesn't have to be done by the end of the fiscal year, as far as I know. I mean, so, because the fiscal year ends at the end of the month.
Yeah, that's
If
three plus weeks,
If you
yeah.
don't do, if you don't do it, then I think the former rates still stand, because we still have to bill for water. So those would remain in effect, but Sharon could correct me on any of that, but I think we talked about that. When does it have to be done by?
Sharon, do you care to comment on that?
I'm not sure if there's any deadline that we have to make, but like I said, the first bill that these rates would be in effect would be after September. So that second quarter bill of fiscal 25 that we send. So would have to be done before then, but this is kind of one of the later meetings I've seen the rates take to get set. Usually I think they're set by now. So it's all up to you guys. I don't know of a reason why we couldn't go further if you needed more time to think about it.
Thank you. So having that said, hold on a second, I don't know if I can change it up. What is the consensus to either add a meeting in an off week, or, because June 18th is pretty packed. And then we have summer. So what is the consensus right now? I'm not gonna hold anyone to it on, if Chris stands by us, there's still four of us. Do we wanna absorb more information, talk more, or are we ready to vote?
I'm ready to go on the general stuff at least, and maybe we talk a little bit more about how to kind of fine tune the insides, but to give, if we ended up punting, let's say we just kept punting, that's a 0 and 0, that's unaffordable. That's a bad idea, that just sucks the reserves out, so can't go there. Adding more meetings, I'm just not sure what additional stuff we wanna go through. If there's stuff to talk about, okay, but we've seen this, this makes sense. You wanna argue a half a point, sure. But sewer is in a much better spot, which is
Correct.
great.
It always is. It has
And
been.
so let's
It
not
has been.
increase it as much.
Right.
And water, 4 to me looks like it makes a lot of sense given where things are heading. And we'll see it's 1 year. We see what the future could look like if it dropped down to 3 afterward. But this is just the 1 year, and I think 4 makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to go, I'd be ready if other members are ready as well.
Yeah. Melissa, what do you think?
Well, when it comes to the rates, I guess, we can talk more about it, but I think that we need to, my bigger concerns are the multi-unit buildings. I'm not sure we're gonna figure that out tonight.
No.
But I also don't wanna see that get put to the back burner like it did for this past year.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
I'm not sure, yeah, I mean, I could go either way, I feel like.
I'm ready to vote tonight.
If you set the rates tonight, we can work on everything else.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're kind of.
But I think it's important to, history is that we set them, people expect them to set, right?
Yeah, no, we've definitely been pushing a corner. I mean, I don't mind seeing the Zeeks, but we have dealt with a lot of stuff the past 3 or 4 months, not an excuse. We have to address this, with us in the town. So I know we can talk about, so when you reference talk about more,
second meters, multi-units, that's what you're referring to, which we need to have those conversations anyway. We don't have to have them tonight, but we could just put it on a future agenda. So
I would just hate to see those not get put on a future agenda
I
because we've
listen,
set these rates.
I agree. You know, as much as I don't like it, I'm ready. So Karen, it sounded like you were ready to vote tonight as well?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. What were the motions, Matt? We're gonna input numbers.
Yeah, so, and I don't know, Kate, well, if Matt maybe stop sharing the screen, maybe Caitlin, if you could put up the motions, it might be easier for everybody to see if you're on. So you would just essentially plug in the rate per tier that you want, and then, you know, we would go from there. So it starts with water, then sewer, and then there's a quick formula to do the minimum bill, which is basically just 2 times, I have it here. Multiply the approved tier 1 rate by 2 for water, multiply the approved tier 1 sewer rate by 2, and that's the minimum. So that's how you arrive at the number at the bottom.
I have no clue what he just said.
What?
On the, so the minimum quarterly bill at the bottom of it.
Bottom of what? What are we looking at?
If you look at the motions there.
Oh, there it is, I'm sorry, there it is, sorry.
Right, so because we had checked this out with the people that handle the bills, and so you basically multiply FY 25 tier 1 water rate by 2, and that's the minimum, and the same with the sewer rate. That's the minimum. So that's how you fill out the motions. So you'd have to decide on the rate per tier, all that is, you know, set 0 to 1,000, and then you go from there. And then we also set the storm water rate, which has always been the same at $60 a year, so it'd be 15 per quarter, and there's no, according to Chris, there's no change on the storm water, so.
And what are we using for reserves for these two, water and sewer?
What are we using for reserves?
Yeah. Offsetting anything?
For the water and sewer. Are we using any retained earnings to offset anything on the? I'm asking like Sharon or Matt on that.
I believe water is 600,000 and I want to say sewer is 1,350,000 because we've got a lot of capital going on in sewer in 25. And that's just off the top of my head. I could be wrong about the sewer number.
That's what we're gonna use for setting these new rates.
That's the amount of certified surplus that we approved at town meeting.
Okay.
The higher the rate you use, the more will get turned back into free cash. It will go back to free cash if we don't need it.
But it wouldn't alternate what's already been budgeted, right, Chair?
No, because we've already approved that budget at town meeting. So you'd end up having the money just kind of turn into regeneration.
Yeah, so you see the impact at the end of the year, not the budget was already.
Yeah, exactly.
So me and you came to a consensus. We were like here, then you came here.
Was it, oh, sorry, was that for rates or for capital?
Which was for rates, almost positive, but I can't.
I did a quick search.
All right.
Couldn't come up with it.
The free cash use, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It's just part of the overall operating budget. So a lot of times when it's a high number like it is for sewer, it's because we have a lot of capital going on within sewer in the operating budget for fiscal 25.
You know what I'm thinking of, maybe you're thinking of too, we took some ARPA funds and allocated one, it wasn't that? Okay, cause we
Well,
definitely did more capital.
We did,
Yeah.
even the year before ARPA, we did something. You're right, we did something with that, correct. Okay, so and next to the dollar sign, we're plugging in the rate, correct?
Right. The dollar rate.
The dollar rate.
Yeah.
So who's calculating that?
Yeah.
If you were to choose one of the options presented, I have that information for you.
Oh, the options for the water and the sewer.
You have to give
Option
a
one and
percentage
option
and then he'll give
two.
you the number, like I just did 4%, so it goes from 1075 to 1118, 12, tier 4 is 1250 to $13. So.
Can we afford, I know it's not big, but can we afford for the sewer to be not 3, like 275 or 2.5? Do we have that kind of runway, or that would really hurt us for this year?
If you were to do that, you would still have retained earnings well above the target. It just would presumably mean that if all the other expenses in this plan remain the same, you would have to go with a higher increase each year.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, this one,
Your retained
this
earnings
3
would
and then
probably
it's
be a
only
little bit
goes
lower.
I know.
But you can afford that.
I'm trying, because this one's so healthy, the sewer, you know what I'm trying to do. Right, we've done it. Yeah, that's way too high. Well, not way too high, but. 2032, it's great. I know, but still. It doesn't really, I shouldn't be whispering, sorry. Me and Mark are looking at his computer, on sewer rate option 2, 3%. It's 3%. If we're going by this chart, if we were gonna follow this chart, it's 3% this year and it's 4.25 every year after
For sewer?
for sewer option
Why
2.
does it jump up that much considering we have so much in reserves?
Because of debt and just, you know, we gotta,
That capital
Correlated.
project too.
Correlated to what's planned for capital.
yeah,
Got it,
right.
from that, like,
Yeah,
31.
yeah, 31.
So it's not gonna impact the bill a lot, but then I don't wanna see a bigger
Increase after.
2.5, and then we go to 4 point, yeah, it's already 4.25 on, if we stick to this. We don't have to, but
What was option 1? Flat 4.
a flat 4, right. Across the board.
So I just quickly ran that, just like full disclosure, if you have information available to you to help make a decision. I just put together the same exact rate chart that you've seen on the slides for a 2.5% scenario for sewer truck by 25. And I have subsequent years at 4.5% in that scenario.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay,
And that's not.
no, because we have to think about the future, right? We're doing this 1 year at a time, but we have to look out, and if these things are right, because I don't know they are exactly, obviously. I'm okay with the 4 and the 3. I'd rather go lower in the water, but I know it's gonna bite us.
I'm good with 4 and 3.
Melissa?
I like option 2 better, which is 3, 5, and 3, I think. Yeah. 3, 5 water, 3 sewer, I believe. Yes, option 2, 3.5 water, 3 sewer.
Water, okay, there it is. So 3.5 across the board, right? That's no.
Option 2 is 3.5 water, 3% sewer.
No, right, but I'm saying the water on the chart, it's
Oh,
3.5
sorry.
every year, right? That's what I mean.
But folks, I don't know if anyone at home can see the anything you're posting, we're still on our sewer rates.
What? We're just talking, we're not posting anything.
Okay, thanks.
Can I just ask a clarifying
Yeah.
if we have till September to set the rates, or that's when the bill gets affected, et cetera, like how long is it to take to change the rates? Because to me, that seems like 30 seconds of putting in these new numbers on a system, and then it sets the bill. If it's some long convoluted 3-month process of somehow that not being the case, I can understand. But if Sharon's gonna mention, Chris, it takes 30 seconds, I don't know why we're doing any of this. That's my opinion. Just because we've done it in prior years that we set the rates and everyone wants to know for whatever reason, like it's the NBA draft, doesn't mean that we have to continue doing that going forward. So I guess I just want to know from Sharon, how long, since we're in this new tiered structure now, it's not the big change from before, how long is this going to take you to change? Is the plus or minus 30 seconds is my question to Sharon.
I'm personally not the one who makes the change. It would be people over in the collector's office. But I would guess it's not a change that takes a long time to do. But I do think that they do some test runs and billing and training just to make sure that the rate went through properly. So I can't speak to how long they need to do that kind of work to make sure that the rate is calculating properly. Like I said, when we went to tiered billing, we did have some problems because we have that minimum quarterly bill. Because we bill 2 units to households that, let's say they go away for the winter and they leave for 3 months and there's no water usage. We still charge them for a minimum of 2 units of water usage. And so that piece of it was kind of the problem when we went to tiered billing, because it wanted to charge that minimum to everybody. And so we had to find ways around that. So that's being the more complicated piece of the tiered billing that we've experienced. I don't think the tiers themselves are hard to enter, but we do a lot of testing to make sure things are working properly, so that there may be some time involved there.
So not 30 seconds, but perhaps a little bit longer than that, because we're already in this new tier. So hypothetically, we're just changing dollar figures, not the minimum usage, everything else that you just mentioned. It's essentially, while I agree with the premise of the 4% and the 3% increases and whatnot, I'm making a point that I understand things happened last year. We can't predict everything that's gonna happen meeting to meeting, et cetera. But I'm making it a point that this is dealt with, because sooner or later, it's gonna get put off from meeting to meeting to meeting, and we're gonna be right back up here again doing the same thing. And I am ensuring by my vote that that does not happen, because I'm voting against all of this. And that's fine, but I agree with the numbers and premise that you're doing. But just, I am not gonna allow this to just continue forward. We punted last time, circumstances beyond our control, I understand, but here we are. And perhaps we're gonna have to punt again because more circumstances beyond our control. Who knows? I'm ensuring that that doesn't happen.
Matt on the screen, is there any theory for us to adjust the cubic feet numbers on the different tiers? What?
I mean, that's something that you could do. We have not run an analysis related to that for this year's study. So I wouldn't be able to comment on that without doing, putting together a large billing file and starting to look at that, which we have not done.
Like to me, that would be helpful. I don't wanna, because we're trying to address, some of us are trying to address the difference between a large family and a 1 or 2 person household. It's still a family, but it's 1 or 2 people versus 5 to 7 to 9, whatever, right? So not only can we adjust the rates, we can adjust the cubic feet in each tier. And I think without doing real-time scenarios, it's really harder to say, okay, tier 1, nothing's gonna change. use as much water as you want. Tier 2, maybe some. Tier 3, most of us in town, your bill's going up, but not by much. And then tier 4, all right, again, when I hear some of these water bills for some of these people, I'm like, what are you doing in your house? It's hard for me to imagine. There's only 2 or 3 people in the house. I haven't had 5 in my house for a while now because of college, but in the summer, we're a family of 5. And my bill doesn't change. There's 2 or 3 extra showers, more laundry, and more flushing. Nothing changes. So I don't want to kick the can down the road, but I liked in years past when we were doing stuff on the screen in real time, where we could plug in numbers and that was a single tier system, so a little bit different. I get it. But that would help me. I don't want to go back on what I said, but I think if we can tweak the cubic feet parameters, maybe that will help, maybe it won't. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud. I really don't know. I would love to see that. I know we can't see it tonight.
Can I make some comments related to this?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure the board's aware that there was an analysis that was done last year at this time, or maybe the beginning part of last year's study, but there was an analysis that was done that produced the tiers that are now in use in your town.
Right.
So the tiers that we're currently looking at, that was the results of an analysis that was done, similar to the analysis I just mentioned. So that has been done. We did not do one for this year, at least not yet. I mean, we could, but we did not do one for this year.
Right.
But if you were to adjust the tier breaks, like for example, if you were to change the tier, I'm not suggesting this by any means, I'm just showing you the impact.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
If you were to change tier 2, for example, from 2,500 break to 2,000, what that means is some usage that's now in tier 2 moves to tier 3 and would be billed at a higher rate. So that means also that you end up with more revenue just by making that change. Like one simple change to tier structure could produce more revenue or less revenue in the opposite direction. If you were to make tier 2 bigger, for example, from 2,500 to 3,000, then more usage goes from tier 3 to tier 2, and you end up with less revenue. So there are ways to, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, yes, you can change the tiers around and get to that point. And then also just a quick note, I did look at my bill recently. I don't live in your town, but I have, I know my usage is. I'm part of a family of 5. I have 3 teenagers. We use usually between 22 and 2,500 quarterly. So we would end up in tier 2 in your rate structure. I mean, I think maybe during watery season we might end up in tier 3, but I don't think we've ever been we've had enough usage to get into tier 4 anymore.
Right.
So just want to kind of put that in perspective.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way, if a big if we can even it out a little bit more across the tiers. I know we did this last year, and the analysis was done and all that fun stuff, but I think we should do it every year, just because if we need to tweak 250 or 500, then if we can do it and it evens it out a little bit more between the small families and the larger families, great. You're still using water. Maybe that helps, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I'm just trying to address the big picture, not just target large families or small families. There's also the majority of the families are in the middle. So, yeah.
So just looking at other communities, like something I would be very interested in seeing is that other communities, like their tier 3 is 2,501 to 6,000 cubic feet. If we're looking to raise the rate 4%, if we could maybe drop some of these larger families into a tier 3, then do 4%, I would feel better about that. Because then we're not hitting them with 10% last year, 4% this year, because we may be able to drop them down if we went up to 6,000 square feet in the tier 3. And then tier 4 is 6,000 plus. Just a suggestion.
That's what I wanna see, honestly, I think that would help me a lot.
I mean, I think then that, you know, we're raising our rates to where we need to, but we're maybe, you know, helping these larger families a little bit, so we're not hitting them with 14% in 2 years.
Where was the 14% coming from, please?
So I think, well, so 14% for me is when we went from FY '23 to FY '24, anyone that was in that tier 4 was almost a 10% jump. And then if we look again to do a 4% on each tier, there's 14. It might be 13.5.
Just to be clear, you know they get the lower rates?
Yes, I do.
Those lower water lines.
Yep, I do.
They're really paying that highest tier and that's why it encourages conservation. Because you pay less you use.
But I mean, yes and no. I have 7 people that live in my house, just as my own example. Like, I don't believe that we use water excessively, but we are tier 4, just the amount of people. And that has nothing to do with my lawn. That's completely separate from my lawn. So I mean, I think that, and it's not just my family. Many, many families have been talking about this. Like, so I think that if we're gonna raise it 4%.
5% of our ratepayers fitting into tiers 1, 2, and 3.
Say that. Sorry, I didn't.
That was
We can't hear you that well.
Sorry, Karen, I didn't hear what you said. I apologize.
I don't know.
We still have access to the analysis we did last year. Last year, I thought the number was 85% of households fit into tier 1, 2, and 3.
I'm trying to bring that up right now. I'm trying to find it.
Thank you. Can we get Matt on our staff full time? Seems like this is gonna be a full-time job. Matt, you're doing a great job.
Don't we have 85% of multi-unit people in tier 4 currently? And they should all be tier 1.
Well, so if we address the multi-unit situation, then that number would go up and more people would be in.
And just because there are large families, I don't think they should be fully penalized because of that.
You're not penalize them. If you use more resources, you have to have a higher bill. That's kind of how that works.
I agree with some respect, but when it's, if we can even it out a little bit, I think that we should look at that for our residents.
I only have one child in my house, but she takes 45-minute showers. So it's really like we have 4 people.
It's 11:10. My suggestion is we have a special meeting just for this topic and nothing else. That's my suggestion.
Another 3 hours of analyzing water rates. This is crazy. We've done the work. We've had a consultant here. And we're gonna have to bring him back and bring back Sharon, and this isn't productive. This is exactly what Chris said he didn't want to do, just kicking the can down the road. I'm totally, if you wanna talk about rates and moving these around, it just needs to be another meeting, in my opinion. We need to get the rates going so that staff can make sure the bills get out this time, because there were a lot of upset families who didn't get their bills and were confusion about the bills, and we don't want that to happen again. And out of consideration for staff, we need to vote. I'm totally open to any of the things we've talked about tonight, but we gotta get these rates done.
Any comment?
Can I just make one more really quick point? I'm not trying to make the discussion move on forever. I just wanted to understand something related to part of the things a few minutes ago. So I'm looking at the analysis last year, and I don't see the large residential user bill going up that much. So I'm curious if I'm missing something, because
What was the rate from FY '23 to FY '24?
so I'm looking at the table. I think this is right. That's saying that this is a large residential user that it used 4,500 users. So, and it's not tied to any account. I just chose 4,500.
So Matt, can you share that? Can you share what you're looking at?
If Caitlin could take down the first screen and maybe Matt could share his screen.
This is the problem. It's our problem. You don't see stuff.
Yeah.
Not seeing it hurts.
Maybe a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I'm working on it. My finger table is slow. One second. Alright, so I'm focused on this row right here, at the table. So this was last year. If you look up the top of the file, you can see FY24. So 4,500 usage gets you into tier 4, right? Because this is what I have for your structure. I mean, granted it was 1 through 5, but that was because we started out with 5 tiers. So you can see that in this case, tiers 1 and 2 have the same rate. So this is really your 4 tiers. In this case, tier 5 is really tier 4. So tier 4 is 4,000 plus, right? Is that right? When does validate that for me? I believe that's right.
I think so.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Let's say you're right.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Okay.
right. Okay. So this user gets you into tier 4. Now, granted, barely into tier 4, but gets into tier 4. So I had the current bill based on the flat usage of 1141, which I believe was the rate prior to last year, of being $513. And then the FY24 rate, based on the rate structure, and I'll have to go to that other file just to validate this, I could find it real quick, of being $525. So that would only be a $12 per bill impact if it's right. Now I'll just do a quick check.
Which is about like 9.5% increase.
Oh, okay, I didn't look at it from a percentage standpoint.
Yeah.
That might be.
It's like
$10 on 513.
41 to 1250, which it currently is, which that should be the FY. That $525 should be billed at 1250 per square cubic, whatever.
No.
So the first 500 get billed at the lowest rate, no matter what tier you get into.
Yep.
Right.
And then 500 to 1,000 at the next rate. So you add the pieces.
Yeah.
So it's only for the pieces over 4,000
4,000.
that you pay the $12
$12.50.
rate.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So your effective rate was like 11.
1141 originally, but then you add them all up, right? The pieces
Right,
up.
but 500 at 1075, this is what Matt's calculating right now, right?
Right.
500 at 1075, then 500 more at 1075. So, all right, 1,000 at 1075, 1,500 at 1170, 1,500 at $12.
Yeah,
So it,
yeah, so this
Oh,
is
okay,
right.
I
This
see
is
it now, all
right.
right, I see up there
This
now,
is
okay.
right. So the first 1,000 cubic feet of usage would be billed at the 1075, is billed at the 1075.
Yeah.
Yep,
The next 1,500 is billed at the 1170.
yep,
The next 1,500 is billed at the $12. And then the final amount, whatever that is, in this case, it's 500 cubic feet,
it's
is
billed at
billed at the
$12.50.
12. So not all of it is billed at that kind of rate. This
Yep.
is how a bill is calculated
Yep.
right here.
So isn't that overall increase like 2.3 or 2.4% overall, like for the 513 to 525? You're saying the increase is $12, so the increase isn't 10%, it's more like, yeah, right there, 2.3.
This is also one example that barely made it into that tier 4.
Yeah, that's correct.
but that's the large
we can also
residential.
look at that.
Yes.
Look at a large user,
Yeah, do you have?
why don't we look below it?
So what we can do, we can type it whatever you, well, I have to calculate it in the font, I can do it right here. So what usage do you want to see?
6,000 gallons?
Like what's a, well,
6,000.
is that even realistic though? Like I don't wanna throw unrealistic things out there, I'm not trying to like make numbers up. But like what's a realistic,
Work family of 5 that uses around 2,200, so you have to be a pretty significant user to get up to these levels.
Yeah, right.
I'm in tier 4 and I have 7 people.
You get to tier 4. You're not
Yeah.
in tier 4. You
Correct.
get to
I'm
tier
not
4.
always in tier 4.
Right,
Correct.
right. You get to tier 4.
Here's the small.
I don't know, like, so
this is all great, but do we really wanna continue with this at 11:15 at night?
I'm not sure what additional material we're gonna have or want
Yeah,
at the next meeting that changes the game.
that's the problem, right.
I guess not.
No, you're good, thank you, this helps, because it's, a lot of us focus on that higher tier, and rightfully so, but you know, we have to go up, right, we have to go up. So it's a matter of, do we go compromise, 3.75 and 3? Right, Mark and I and Karen are at 4 and 3. Chris is not voting. You mentioned 3, 5, and 3. Do we go to 3, 7, 5, and 3 and call it a day? You know,
I'm okay with it.
Karen, you okay with that? 3, 7, 5 for water, 3 for sewer.
Sure.
Melissa, you okay with that?
Yes, as long as we have agenda items for
Yes.
units and,
We're all gonna talk about future agendas in about 2 hours, so.
okay. Alright.
You're not smiling.
We won't be talking about it today.
Good point, good point. All right,
I agree with your numbers. I am still not voting.
listen,
I am voting against them. But I agree with them wholeheartedly. Just, I'm not being part of this charade again for another year.
3%. So 3.75 water, 3% sewer, is that what we
Yep.
just said?
all right, so how do we fill out that fancy form over there?
Yeah, Matt, can you
So then,
read the numbers, give them to, or Matt on the screen, can you create the numbers and give them to?
Could you figure out the numbers for the rate, for the tiers then, Matt, based on the 3.75 and the 3?
I think we're still in the public hearing.
Yeah, and we'll have to,
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah, we got a good point.
we'll have to close
So
the
while
public
he's
hearing, but
filling in
while
the
he's,
numbers.
maybe he could do that.
Alright, yeah.
And you could close the public hearing and then open the vote on the water and sewer.
Yeah, go ahead, Secretary.
Thank you. Move to close a hearing regarding the FY25 water and sewer rate.
Second.
Any discussion? Hopefully not.
No.
No. Karen?
No discussion, thank you.
No. We're voting now.
To close the
We
public
already
hearing.
made a motion.
Yep,
Yep, and seconded.
yep.
It's 375.
No, we're closing the public hearing right now.
Oh, then yes, let's close the public hearing, yes.
Chris?
Yes.
No surprise. Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes. Okay. Public hearing is closed. Anyone in the audience, no.
Public hearing's closed.
All right. So, we have to get the fun math.
So Matt on the screen, are you sending numbers to Caitlin?
Can
I
I
can
put
write
it up
them
on
down.
the screen? Is that an option, or I can read them?
You can read them.
Cool. Caitlin, can you put your screen share up?
You can share the motions again, Caitlin, and that way we can maybe see the.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the first.
Okay, so just, I wanna make sure I understand, so we are looking at 3.75% increase for water and 3% for sewer, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so for water, I have tier 1 as $11.15. Tier 2 as tier 2 as $12.14.
No, I didn't.
It's like 12.37.
Alright, $12.45, $12.45,
Tier 3?
That was 12.
and tier 3. Yep. Do you have a differing number?
No, I'm just listening to you.
And then the final tier being $12.97.
97?
That's what he said, 12.97.
97.
Okay.
And the minimum bill would be $22.30.
2 units. And sewer.
And sewer based on a 3% increase. Tier 1 is $10.51. Tier 2 is $11.48. Tier 3 is $11.85. And Tier 4 is $12.36. And the minimum bill is $21.02.
Stormwater
is 6.6.
Six oh.
It's the same.
Okay. And just a question here, it says, is it just the last point that relates to December 2024 billing? I thought we said September.
I think Sharon's point was that the usage would be in September.
September's usage, but the billing is in December.
Okay.
This was from the
Bill
motions from,
takes place.
same as last year.
Okay. So I have these as 3 separate. Do you want them as 3 separate? I think we need to, right? That's all.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okey dokey. Move to set the FY '25 water rates at the following rates: $11.15 per 100 cubic feet with a usage between 0 and 1,000 cubic feet. $12.14 per 100 cubic feet with a usage between 1,001 to 2,501 cubic feet. $12.45 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 2,501 to 4,000 cubic feet. And $12.97 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 4,001 and above cubic feet. The minimum quarterly water bill of $22.30 effective with the December 2024 billing.
Second.
Second. All right, any discussion? Seeing none. Karen?
You're muted, Karen.
Karen, you there?
Oh, no, I'm not muted, sorry. Okay, yes.
Chris?
No.
Melissa? Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes.
Move to set the FY 2025 sewer rates at the following rates: $10.51 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 0 and 1,000 cubic feet. $11.48 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 1,001 and 2,501 cubic feet. $11.85 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 2,501 to 4,000 cubic feet. And $12.36 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 4,001 and above cubic feet. Minimum quarterly water bill of $21.02 effective with the December 2024 billing.
Just friendly, minimum quarterly sewer bill?
I have minimum quarterly bill of
Oh, bill.
$21.02.
Okay, I thought I heard you say water bill.
No.
Bill, just bill.
Yep.
Okay, second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none. Karen?
Yes.
Chris?
Nope.
Melissa? Can't hear you.
Yes, sorry.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes. All right, one more.
Move to set the FY 2025 stormwater rate at $60 per unit, 3,210 square feet per year to be billed quarterly effective with the December 2024 billing.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Karen?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes. 5-0. All right, kids, we did it.
How, can I ask, since nobody else is watching, except for, the one thing, see, it's 375 with the 3.5 and the 4 in the presentation, it had the average residential user increase per bill and then increase annually.
Yep.
375, you don't have that, so what am I supposed to say for your average annual bill for 375? Because we haven't said.
Yeah. Matt on the screen?
Matt, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, I have it. Unfortunately, I just closed that file. If you give me 1 second, I'll open it. I did run the 375 because I needed to get those rates for you. But whoever just made the comments correct, that you hadn't seen that option yet on the screen at least. One moment. Okay, so for the average residential bill, what we've done is we've done a range on the slide, so I'll give that to you, that same range to you here. It is an increase per bill of $6.22 to $9.30 per bill for the average residential user. If you annualize that, you get a range of $25 to $37 for the average residential user.
That's water.
With water, correct. And I believe that one of the options that was shown earlier, there's two or had the three.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That info should be available, but I can provide that as well if you.
no, we're good. All right.
Can I make a request? Matt on the screen, can you send that updated file to Matt in the room? That has the 375 specifically?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, Matt on the screen, good night. Sharon,
Drive
Thank you,
safely.
Mr. Abrams, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
all right,
These lightweights leaving the room.
vote
Yes.
to grant, yeah. Vote to grant Gazebo Circle easement. Do I have a motion? Just kidding, just kidding. Chuck's awake.
Still awake, yeah.
Is he doing a presentation on this, or we don't need one? and we're
No,
good?
so Gazebo Circle, that was the one that
We already
was
talked about it.
passed at town meeting, yeah, so.
RMLD easement.
RMLD, yeah, for the gazebo pump station.
Yeah,
So you just have to vote on it and sign the easement, then we'll take care of recording it. So-
okay, motion.
Move to grant the Gazebo Circle easement as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Karen?
Yeah.
Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carl? I'm good at judging things. Not really.
Pass this around for signature then.
All right, next on the agenda. And I will take any suggestions of kicking these down the road, but I don't think we need to. Discuss sunsetting.
No, it's annual budget
Annual
request
budget
for boards and
request for boards and
committees.
All right, okay. Vote on annual, vote on annual budgets, request for boards and committees. All right? That is next. Trying to get ahead of myself, sorry. All right,
So you have the request, they're in your packet?
yeah, I'm just going to that screen.
Okay.
Page 43.
The number thing is on this one for some reason.
How much do we have available again?
20,000 is what's budgeted.
Here we go, I got it. All right, I got it.
And so we do have Chuck in the room. Can I make a suggestion? Maybe
Chuck in the room.
Comments?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Chuck to work.
Supposed to Chuck on the screen.
Chuck in the room.
Midnight.
I was gonna suggest that we match the Climate Advisory Committee at 1,000 as requested, Historical at 1,500 as requested, Trails at 5,000 as requested, Community Garden at 0 as requested. And then the other two, we can't fully fund, no matter what. And they both have lots of merit in terms of what they're asking for. I think that we talked about last time, Town Forest Committee specifically, that they probably should really go to town meeting, because their requests are very substantial, very important and very substantial. The town meeting probably ought to vote on it. I was gonna suggest maybe just, take their allocations from last year. We have an extra $1,000 literally that's left over unless we take from somebody else, split it between them. But unless you have a stronger case to make from one over the other.
Well, sure. So, Chuck Tironi, Conservation Administrator. I'm connected to the Trails Committee, and I appreciate that you funded their budget. But with the Conservation Commission, I think this is more about the Town Forest Committee, and I know that they're always asking for a lot of money. They have a big project they have a huge problem. I think it's beyond the scope of this budget. I think this budget shouldn't reflect taking care of the red pine issues out there. Not only do they need a forester to evaluate that, to do their forest cutting plan, but they should really look for a landscape architect that has some sustainability background to help them reforest that, I don't know, clear cutting that they're doing out there. I know that the Conservation Commission is concerned about the past couple of phases, and and how it's growing in and how people have taken over some of these areas, and they're like bike ramps and jumping areas for mountain bikers, and things haven't grown in. But I do think that they have an issue, and I think that they need to be funded. And I think what we're seeing here is that $20,000 between the Trails Committee, which has something like 1,500 or 15 miles of roadway or trailway to take care of, and they're upgrading that. Not only are they fixing everything that's broken, and they're taking care of the wet areas, but they're increasing the width of those boardwalks so people can be more comfortable out there. And someday this town, just like every other town, is going to ask for ADA accessibility out in the woods also. And so that's why we're upgrading those boardwalks. We're doing that work now, so we don't have to do it in the future. It's happened in other towns, it should happen here. Conservation just got the Bear Meadow study last year from Mass Audubon, and there's recommendations. We wanted to take care of some hazard trees. We wanted to push back the field so it's at a historic boundaries, and increase the population of the woodcock that's out there, and also increase the habitat value of that whole Bear Meadow area. I have my volunteers coming again this year for 6 weeks. This has been a budgeting nightmare for conservation, and but we've been able to make it through the skin of our teeth with the help from DPW, Trails Committee, Conservation. So we all have a lot of asks. We've all added a lot to this recreational, outdoor, open space infrastructure. And I really think the $20,000 doesn't even start to, make a difference with maintenance. We're just, conservation's just deferring maintenance all the time. I have more trails now. I have a pavilion. I have requests into the DPW who tell me I need to pay for it, and they're gonna have to do it on overtime. And so that just can't happen. So we just wait. It's tough. And personally, I want the town forest to take care of this problem, to look at it in a way that will have a sustainable town forest that reproduces that forest each year, and it actually increases instead of just kind of staying at a certain level. And I do think that they need more money. I think they need more expertise out there, and so it really it's a tough thing. I know it's late at night. I'm probably rambling a little bit, but to me, the answer is you really have to look at maybe separating the Conservation Commission and the Town Forest Committee, and just understanding really what our needs are, and funding us both at the level that we're asking for, or maybe even just a little bit less. I was thinking of what accommodations that I could make if I had to. So on my list, I have several trees at the cost of $4,700. I can't ask the DPW department. They don't do that kind of work for conservation. But if that could happen, I could take that off my list, and that would allocate that kind of money to something else. But right now, we have the meadow. It would have to happen in the wintertime. Mike Hanford's very busy. It hasn't happened in the past, so it's almost a wish. So I didn't want to make it more tough on you, but I really think that we need more money to kind of distribute. I mean, conservation in other towns have much bigger budgets. we do have almost 900 acres of land to take care of in conservation. The town forest is almost 300 acres. Trails Committee says something like 550 acres is what they take care of. And so, yes, they're all kind of connected in that same circle, but still, we're doing different jobs inside that land and that acreage. So, yeah, just to kind of push it back on you guys, I think that it's an unrealistic amount that we're trying to make, and you're only deferring these problems. What ended up happening, by the way, you guys might not know this, at the town forest, we looked at like area 1, 2, and 3, and we picked out all the trees that were dying, all the red pines that died. When we got to area 6, 7, 5, 6, and 7, we went back to areas 1, 2, and 3. The trees that we left there because they were vibrant and alive had died off. So the town forest committee has to go back in and take those trees down. So yes, they were red pine. Yes, they're very susceptible to temperature change and disease, and that's what's happening. But even these trees that look fine are now dead. So the new method that they're going to use is they're just gonna, if they're out there, they want to do it once. So they're going to take down those trees too in certain areas. So that's what they're facing. So I think there's a grant out there for them. I think there's other money out there for them, but you know, of course, this town certainly has a big problem if we're going to leave town forest open and have these trees standing dead.
All right, so how do we address tonight then?
So we have $20,000.
Right, yeah,
Right, so we have
right.
to allocate that. There are some groups that we've given money to in the past, and assuming that we still think they're meritorious, we continue with that. I think town forest, it has to go to town meeting.
Yeah.
And to your point, with the plan, the forester saying, here's the approach. It's big, it's great, it's expensive, and it doesn't fit in the 20 grand we have.
No, it doesn't.
Town forest and conservation.
Right, so now we go to conservation, and I think same story, you know, $5,000-6,000 we can do, but 11.2 we can't. That one's closer, but still, unless you cut some other things out, you can't do it.
Right.
We could do 6,000 to conservation, for example, leave town forest at 6,500, everybody else has requested. As an example.
I think that's what we have to do.
I think that would work, and I'm the liaison to town forest. And I'm happy to, but we talked about a bigger request to town meeting, because it's phases. And I think having the forester makes sense. It really is too bad that the vibrant ones are now dying or dead.
Well, yeah, it is, but it just highlights the problem out there is that I don't know how many other phases this is gonna happen, but you gotta catch up. We've already shut down a trail out there because it's too dangerous and we can't get to the work. So.
All right, thank you. So I think we have in our packet, we can't do. So I'm okay with Mark's suggestion of the appropriateness of, making it, allocating the whole 20, but adjusting it so conservation can get as much as they can and town forest can get as much as they can. And then we'll have to address this at town meeting and just make a budget line item. So what were the numbers again, Mark? I'm sorry.
So climate advisory at 1,000, conservation at 6,000, historical 1,500, town forest 6,500, trails 5,000. That should add up to 20.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
Matt, it's a big question to you. Do you happen to know if historical used all of their funds last year? They tend to be very careful with their funds.
I don't know if they've used them all. They didn't get a lot. So I'm not sure.
I mean, it's not a lot, but
Yeah.
if they don't have any projects planned, could they make do with less this year? I guess the question is, if we start slicing and dicing at the project that the town forest has come up with, are they still gonna make progress, or are we at some threshold where they're not gonna get anything done? I guess that's a question for Chuck really, based on what he knows so far.
Again, Chuck Tironi, Conservation Administrator. So the only thing I can say about historical is I know that they're doing a project downstairs. I've been seeing people come in and out, and they're updating an inventory, and they're also putting everything into a computer for a database. So I would think that is not finished based on what I've seen, but I'm not the expert there. So I do think the $1,500 is pretty cheap money from what they're asking for.
I know they've inquired about it. I think if Jonathan Barnes is the chair or on that committee, he's called on this, to make sure they get their allocation, so.
Yeah, I've been here with Jonathan too, and he said he didn't want to have anything to do with, kind of the competition for the money.
Yeah.
He said he just needed his 1,500 and
Yeah, he wants
leave
a
it at
straight
that.
allocation, like the way we used to do it, right? So.
And,
Yeah, we used to.
and Karen, I forgot your other question, which maybe I answered it.
Well, I'll just make a comment too that this is a static budget line item from last year, and I think going forward into the next budget, we need to increase it. Maybe even just with inflation or with the general increase in the budget, if we could. Go ahead, Chuck, sorry.
Well, yeah, that would make me happy, but and I think it would make Town Forest happy also. They have a need that at some point will go away. At some point, all the pines are going to be cut. They'll be down to a more manageable situation. Usually, when you cut down all the trees, the invasives come in, so there's going to be that phase also. So, and they're already dealing with that. So now it's just not all cutting, they're pulling invasives, and they're planting. So they really have a three-pronged approach, which is the correct approach, but they just don't have that expert on the, landscape architect side to kind of direct them and make. And I think if they went to town meeting and that was included, it would be a very valuable asset to that situation.
I was thinking about the invasives as well, because I see what's going on in my own yard, and it's a constant battle against nature right now with all the rain and the warm weather we're having. So I imagine that, they're gonna take over the town forest if we don't do something about it.
Yeah, I think, and then for conservation, kind of worked it out with Jane Kinsella when she was here. We were talking about it one day. It's because I was asking for so much help from the DPW, and we just sat down and she came to the conclusion that conservation could use a budget based on what I've asked her for as about $20,000 a year, and we would have no issue spending that. It fluctuates, but I'm the liaison to the Trails Committee. I'm thinking somehow the Trails Committee and that could be combined with the conservation budget also. So 20,000, 25,000, something like that would work out, because that fluctuation would allow like the 20,000 to be spent, 5,000 for the Trails Committee. They're, I gotta tell you, I'm so glad that you funded that. They are really working hard, replacing every boardwalk in town and trying to make it accessible for everyone. So.
Let me pipe up about one more thing, and Mark might remember this. So Mark, if you remember being on the finance committee, they have the discretionary funding, and I remember Bob frequently, things would break. So they have that discretion, I don't know if it's in our charter or bylaws, that between now and the end of the year. Yep, to go to the reserves to make a special allocation and not have to wait for town meeting. And I sort of remember them being like, oh, the compressor broke or something broke. It was always $50,000, $25,000. We haven't done that in a while, but is this a situation where maybe we could do that? Do we have any finance committee meetings left?
Chris? I assume I have an answer for this. Because the investigation didn't go forward and we were going to use potentially FinCom reserves, couldn't the investigation money be used for this money? Or no?
Well,
Or how is that getting
we were gonna
handled?
bill it through the legal budget,
Oh,
and
yeah.
if
Okay,
there was
yeah.
excess, we would have gone to FinCom for reserves. But FinCom does have reserves, we put them in there, it's up to them to actually vote on it, but, we could go to them and ask them, sure.
And my other point is, the FY '24 numbers that are in here, for me, which I made the statement when we swapped this from the line item to now just doing whatever we feel like, I would just remind everyone, other than Melissa, who wasn't here at the time, that they were given these numbers before as line items, and then we changed it where now it's just $20,000. And so we could hypothetically give Town Forest 20 grand and call it a day. But these other boards and committees would be getting screwed out of the money that we changed 2 or 3 years ago that were in their budgets. So that's why for me, all the FY '24 numbers that are in here with the minuses that Mark made, because they're not requesting it, I'm fine with keeping in perpetuity for me. We don't have to do that, but because it was stripped out before, that's the way that I'm gonna be going forward. So that doesn't change anything, that's just the history of how this is in here like this. But yes, Chuck has to go and get the money from FinCom or somewhere else, because we can't just give Town Forest 20 grand.
So let's get this done so we can move forward on getting them money through Finance Committee or town meeting in the fall.
We don't have to vote on this, at least there's no vote, it's just.
Okay, it's not a vote?
Mark's changes with the 500 off the 2 items and then bumping conservation, correct?
It says vote on annual budget.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe
I
we
didn't
didn't
get
do
a
a
motion.
motion on it, but we can just, if you can do a quick motion, basically taking what Mark said in the form of a motion.
What Mark? So,
So.
Mark in the room.
So do you want me to go through?
So it was 1,000 and then
1,000
conservation.
and then 6,000 for conservation, 1,500 historical, 0 under community garden.
Yep.
6,500 town forest and 5,000 trails.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none? Karen?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Melissa? Mark?
Yes.
Carlo? Yes. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Discuss sunsetting, recalc, yes.
So if I could, couple
Move
things.
the question.
Where we are is that the Permanent Building Committee has now accepted the project. And so for this and the next line item, there can be additional members to the Recal Building Committee. I was gonna suggest that we probably, 2 to 3 is probably the max total. I was gonna suggest a select board member, a council on aging member, maybe a community member. That's the second item. On the first item, the Permanent Building Committee is not ready to say, do location A versus location B for the site location for Recal. They're not ready to say, you guys think Simon's Way is good, we agree. They're not ready to do that yet. They wanna do more investigation. One of the things they wanna talk about is whatever is gonna happen on Simon's Way, we need to do some soil testing. If there are gonna be people there. So I think at this point, maybe Matt, you're gonna have to help me here, maybe they should start kind of leading that effort a little bit in terms of exactly what to do when. And then we should have an agenda item for the future, maybe on the 18th, and I'll tell you why in a second, about implications and funding for doing something like that.
For the testing.
The testing is $9,000 plus or minus?
Yeah, they had 3 different proposals. They talked about it a little with the Permanent Building Committee last night.
Phase
so
one.
They had.
It is,
Yeah, you're
yeah,
phase
it's a
one
real
first.
basic, yeah.
Phase one.
But I think we should make that another.
9,000. Yeah. So you want to put it on as a separate agenda item?
I think we should make it an agenda item to talk it through as a group. So what's really going on here is then the sunset question was, if Recalc was able to make a recommendation, ideally with the support of the Permanent Building Committee, do that before they sunset on June 30th, which is the current expected sunset date. I don't think that there can be a recommendation from PBC necessarily by then. I don't think that's in the cards. So I think this board has a choice to say to Recalc, hey, present what you got without a final recommendation, or say this is what you're thinking. Or we extend the sunset date on Recalc a little bit.
A month?
Did you get a flavor last night from PBC? what kind of timeline they're thinking?
It seems like, I mean, what they wanna do is they wanna constitute the building committee. They want all the documents on all of the 3 sites. They wanna have time to digest that. We're moving towards an OPM for the project, and that we have a solution there through GNAP. But, I mean, it sounds like it's gonna take some time, of maybe a couple of their meetings for them to get their arms around it, and then have a suggestion on the site, you know, so.
So are we, in the order that you described, are we gonna wait for PBC to for their recommendation and then we can overturn them as a board? I thought the recommendation was gonna come from you guys
So
to us,
Exactly. That was exactly the plan.
was the plan.
The only change was thinking that it would make sense for the permanent building committee to engage in the site evaluation. We all say, you know, do this, and they come back and say, oh, don't do that.
Okay,
So I think we can decide, let's let Recalc make their presentation. They can even say, here's our recommendation pending feedback from PBC. That's A. Or B is to say, let's wait for PBC and probably some testing. Is that 30 days? I don't know.
oh, I
It could
see
be
what you're
longer
saying,
than that.
part of the decision is gonna be on the soil testing.
So I think that's where PBC may head, and I don't
Yeah.
know that they'll say any of the testing needed on any of the sites, but
So
Right, well, they wanna see everything, you know, in terms of paperwork, but the Simon's Way site would need some additional testing. They brought that up last night, right?
So if phase 1 requires a phase 2, because phase 1 will determine that.
Yeah.
Then we're doing another 20, 30 grand for phase 2, and that will take X, Y, Z, right? All right, so,
I don't think Recalc needs to wait for that. I think
no,
that-
right, but I have nothing against permanent build committee, but it seems like right now, they don't, I gotta phrase this right, they're not concerned about what us 5 think is a good site. I guess.
So I think the expectation was that they would say you should do this stuff first,
Okay,
and then they probably wouldn't come back and say, here's our preferred site. They'd probably say, boy, if you go there, be worried about X. If you go there, be worried about Y. If you go here,
Okay.
it's all good.
Okay.
So I think if I'm following your train of thought here, maybe we should have Recalc proceed with a recommendation pending on, just say, here's what we've recommended. So frankly, Recalc and Council on Aging have voted and have a preference. PBC needs to kind of give feedback, I think, before the select board should vote
okay,
on, okay, the effect of the select board vote would be to tell the architect to do the schematic drawings,
great, okay.
which is
I got
already paid for with ARPA funds.
Gotcha.
But they can't move
Gotcha,
until they're
gotcha.
told
All
what
right.
location to go.
Totally clear now, so I am okay with extending it.
Do you wanna extend it 30 days and kind of see what's happening? 'Cause
Let's do
I'm not sure what else Recalc
Let's do
does.
60, let's do 60, my opinion.
Right, and you want Recalc to not present on the 18th, kind of wait for
I think
PBC?
I think we could kick that a little bit, yeah.
I think that's fine.
Any other
So-
objections or recommendations from anybody? Karen, you okay with 60 days?
Yes, I'm okay with 60 days.
Okay,
So let's make that an agenda item for next meeting to actually vote the
okay,
sunset extension.
okay, fine. Remind me of that one. All right, next agenda item, which Mark touched upon, discuss formation of whatever, building committee, Recalc or not Calc or Cal. So I guess we know it needs to be done. Well, I shouldn't say we know. We assume it's gonna be, we're gonna need this, right? Cause
Actually, it's approved by PBC.
Right, so I think discussing the formation of it and the composition of it is, so you wanna, your way of thinking is one of us, one COA, one resident, and then they're part of a PBC, the PBC picks
So-
several people to be?
No, so the committee is set up that the entire PBC
Okay,
and I think it's 2 to 3?
It's 2, it says 2 in the bylaw.
It says 2.
It says up to 2.
Okay.
And
well,
they would
let's go
be,
with that.
I think, appointed by the Permanent Building Committee Appointment Committee.
Right, which is you and the chair of the permanent building committee and the town moderator.
Right.
So you guys actually would just decide.
Gotcha,
who it is.
gotcha.
This would only be a recommendation.
But Mark mentioned 3 people, you're saying it's 2.
It says 2 in the bylaw, yeah, I'm looking at the bylaw for the permanent building committee, so it's 3.3.6. And it says up to 2 temporary members for each project.
Temporary voting members. They're temporary because it's for that project. They-
Right.
They don't
Right.
join the PBC.
Right, correct.
Yeah, so they add them to the project.
That scenario is not correct. It's the school committee chair, select board, and moderator.
For the
PBC.
PBC?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I'm doing it next week.
Yes, school committee chair.
My apologies.
It's okay.
It says it right there, yep, in the bylaw, you can check the bylaw. Chair of the select board, school committee chair, and town moderator. Yep.
Okay.
And can't there be more members that just are not voting?
Yeah, like the way they did it for the Killam is there are other members that are non-voting, become a non-voting member of the Killam, so. So they could add non-voting members, but this would take care of the voting members. That's the way I understand it.
So we're adding 2 voting members, 1 from here and 1 from COA.
So that's a recommendation to you folks, but you folks
Right.
decide who you wanna
Yeah,
appoint.
right, okay,
Appointment committee, yeah.
okay,
All we can do is suggest some ideas.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, it's good.
Otherwise, the select board isn't represented and the council on aging is not represented, correct?
Right.
Because the permanent building committee doesn't have that.
Correct.
Right,
Neither.
okay.
I'm the liaison to the PBC.
Again, it's just a discussion, but I don't, do you think that needs to be on the 18th too? Or
No.
that can wait, that can wait?
I don't think it needs to be at all. I think
Oh.
that now that the permanent building committee has accepted the project, then you
Right.
can have a
Well,
meeting
we
of the
usually would
appointment.
advertise the vacancies, I mean, if you wanna do that, and then a select board member could apply and council on aging member could apply, if that's what you're thinking. That, generally, if there was gonna be vacancies, we would sort of put it out as vacancies and then they
Yeah.
apply and then you convene.
I think we're just appointing, we're not,
Yeah,
we're
but
not.
this is also a sponsoring agency thing.
Yeah.
So like the school project.
Okay, yeah, so then.
It sounds like we need a little more clarification.
So, okay, alright.
Yeah, because it's Carlo, Tom Wise, and Alan Folds that are making the decision to add the 2. We're just giving our opinion to Carlo that it should be select board and council on aging. They might say something completely different.
Does that regulation, Matt, say that 1 to 2 members, does it say something about the sponsoring agency or something like that?
2 temporary members for each project that the permanent building committee undertakes, so this would be a project.
See, the
Doesn't seem
problem
to
is
say
the
that
next
it's-
line item is permanent and associate members shall be volunteers
Yes.
having practical experience and skills in the professions.
Right, well, those are the permanent and associate members, so these are the temporary members.
Oh, all
Yeah,
right, so,
So
okay.
it is a
I
little
was gonna
bit,
say, how
a
do
little
you,
bit confusing, but, so, I mean, you could vote to recommend a member to the appointment committee if you want, and the appointment committee, obviously, it's up to them to take.
Yeah, I think that's a future discussion, but yeah, we have to,
Okay,
we have to
okay.
discuss that,
Yeah.
right? How we're gonna approach that. All right, future agenda items, so Caitlin, you still awake? Sorry,
Barely.
sorry. It's the first meeting after midnight.
Yeah.
Dagnabbit. We can scratch, recalc update for now at least, I think, definitely. Everything else is okay. And we're adding vote to extend recalc committee. Am I saying that right?
Yep. To August 30th.
Yeah, to August 30th. Please.
Got it.
I didn't have any other future agendas as of now. What are my notes?
We need to add.
There earlier about scheduling a meeting with the RCTV board to sort of talk about operations.
Yeah,
And that reminded me, we should have on our tickler to schedule an update with the Ice Arena Authority, because it's the same provision in their contract.
all right, not on the 18th, but yes, so I say July 16th
we can do RCTV.
We gotta check,
Oh, we have to invite, well,
we have
we
to
put
check
it-
with them according to Chris.
we're gonna put it on the agenda and then Matt and I will reach out. So July 16th, please add, invite RCTV board to I don't know, whatever, for now, right now, yeah,
Update.
yeah.
I mean, those two separate meetings, I had the sense as the chair of the board was walking out that he wanted to, have a specific meeting for us to sit around a table and talk about, like we've done with the RMLD and we've done with the ice arena, but I'll just throw that out there for now.
We'll find out.
Yep.
And then we can do ice arena on the second one. No, that's not July 22nd. No, sorry, that's different. Ice arena August 20th.
Okay.
All right.
I'd like to see the topic of the multi-units on there.
Yep. Okay. Let's put that on for August.
Also, if we could just talk about, not maybe vote on, but just discuss second water meters
Yeah, that's fine.
with that other, the multi-unit. one.
Discuss second meter water options and
Yep.
Discuss multi-unit water meter solution.
Got it.
About an advisory board, because this is a complicated topic, and it's, I think we're onto something that we need people to focus on these topics and give us recommendations.
I'm not.
We won't be meeting after midnight every week, every 2 weeks.
I don't disagree. The only concern I have, and we'll see what Wakefield does, is adding more of a burden to staff if they have to be part of the meeting. That's my only concern. So we'll look into see how Wakefield does it.
Okay.
And
I mean, we used to have a solid waste committee I was on it, and I don't know when it disappeared. And that was the DPW director.
okay. Anyone else?
Retreat.
Um,
Could talk about a retreat.
all right. Well, we'll discuss that on the 16th,
18th.
July 16th. Yeah.
Today's the.
Well, you want to discuss it on the 18th in June, quickly? I was kind of going beyond the
you were
18th.
setting a date, sorry.
No, I'm not setting a date. I'm saying discuss it on the 16th when we want to have it. The 18th is pretty full.
That's fine.
VASC might take a while. So just discuss retreat dates on July 16th. Chris, you have your hand up?
Yes, two things. The Karen's trash scenario, whatever she just said. Can we get an update on where the trash
Barrels, this is the town manager update?
Yeah, something like with the.
Yeah, and then that's on,
16th.
was it for the 16th, discuss?
That's the contract and a barrel update on the
Oh,
16th.
sorry.
On the 16th,
It's already there.
on the 16th, yep, sorry, I thought that was the 18th, but you're right, it's the 16th, yep.
And then the other thing is the email that the board got from the paras regarding the retirement funds. The whole board got an email like last meeting,
I did not get
That one.
other than Melissa.
Is that our
It's regarding-
jurisdiction?
Yes, the only one that can do something with the paras retirement contract is us and then the retirement board. There's some scenario that has to happen. They're the only ones that don't have a retirement. It's convoluted. But it's gotta come through the select board first.
Is there a time certain thing or just we have to do
No,
it?
just that it got brought up prior to our last meeting. We didn't put up future agendas there. But, we gotta have something planned for the future so they can know. If it's August, it's August.
Yeah.
At least we're letting them know. But
Does this ring a bell, Matt? 'Cause
Yeah, Sean knows more about it, but
Alright.
we've talked.
Can we put that on for the 20th, August 20th, Caitlin?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a note, May 7th is the note that we received.
yeah,
that makes sense, but I didn't get it.
Anyone else?
Bob, you got anything? You good?
It's already Wednesday.
Right, meeting minutes?
Okay to me.
Caitlin, any amendments?
I did not receive any, no.
Whoa.
I didn't send one in, but I have a couple small ones. Anybody else?
You gonna do them on the fly or she has them?
Yeah, they're small enough. It's in the liaison report. We abbreviated, PD for police department and FD for fire department. Could we spell that out or refer to them as officers or something? Maybe just spell it out. And then it says who was provided, and we probably should make it who were promoted, who were promoted. So just expand PD and FD and change was to were.
Are you okay with RPD and FPD or no?
I think you just spell it out at this point.
Alright,
Just
spell
call
it
it a
out,
day.
spell it out.
I just want to be clear and respectful of the suggestions.
I can spell it out, that's fine.
Okay, and you got it, who were promoted?
Yep, got it.
Okay, anything else, Karen?
Oh, that's it.
Anyone else here? Anyone? No? Alright, Chris, please?
Move to approve the meeting minutes for May 21st, 2024 as amended.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none. Karen?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote. All those in favor? Karen?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo? Yes. Thank you.